What is up, everybody? It is Andrew Esquire here of Legal Mindset, where we teach you guys to be your own judge. Hope you guys have been hanging out with us over on Jeff's channel, Legal Vices. He's been covering the first half of the trial. I'm coming in after lunch here today just to cover this case. It's already been interesting, already been great. I woke up, got the second witness and the back and forth between the prosecutor and Poon. That is Dick Poon, Dick Harpoonlian, who is the lead defense attorney there. And I've heard a lot of things, but I want to hear what you guys think about the case so far, what you guys think, who's winning, who's ahead, who's been the best overall, what you guys think today. And we, of course, are going to keep our eyes peeled on what's going on in the courtroom. I've got the coverage pulled up over here. So just so you guys know, got the coverage pulled up over here. So whenever something actually happens again in the courtroom, we will know.
This is what we've got. Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
When you observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
So this is that's coverage from the earlier witness when he identified them as deceased. So yeah, because the judge is back. That was just a little clip from earlier. They're on a lunch break right now, so you guys aren't missing anything for the moment. We're gonna have a couple guests popping through here. We're gonna have James from court. He has been in the courtroom. He actually was in the courtroom, I believe, for jury selection, a bit of jury selection, taking furious notes for jury selection. He was not there for opening, I don't believe, and he won't be there the rest of this week, but he'll be back in court next week, the following week, to cover this. So he's going to pop in with me. We're a good friend of the show, Christina Radix Ram. She'll be popping in and just hanging out. I'm trying to have some people that are not lawyers on, a little bit of lay perspective. So we'll get that. We'll get that throughout the trial as well. Let's say hi to whoever's here first, because I want to make sure I acknowledge everybody. Agrilev, what's going on? Danielle, the mods, thank you so much for modding. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all every day. Natalie, how's it going? William, Walter, Bald Eagle Jerk, good to see you. Ona Wall, a random YouTube comment. Go, what's going on? My fellow Gator. Bias confirmations. Yo, yo, yo. Prosecution was destroyed on both witnesses. That's fine. So let me put up the poll. And I just want to see you guys' opinion. I don't want to be biased, right? So I'll say who's doing better so far: prosecution, defense, and I'll give it a toss up. A toss up option. So if you guys think it's it's kind of even, I'll let you vote with that. But who's doing better so far: prosecution, defense, or do you think it's a toss up? Ane Haseo, MG Law, what's going on? David, Swan Lake Lady, Flux, what's going on? Good to see you all over here. I guess Jeff, finally, the Law Racks has finally gone into the realm of the beyond if y'all are trickling over here right now. Good to see. Jeff needs some sleep, man. I know Jeff. And Jeff is never low energy when we're hanging out. He goes all night. He goes till 7 a.m. till the trains start in the morning in Korea. So if I see him like that, I'm like, man, he must be hurting. Yeah, it happens. I don't. And by the way, that's sleep drunk. It's that sort of drunkenness of being up at a time that's not your normal bedtime. It's really difficult. I'm like forcibly restarting my sleep schedule on this one. How long is the lunch break? 2 hours? I don't think it's 2 hours. I think it's an hour. And I've got it pulled up in the background. So as soon as it starts, we'll be ready to go. We don't need to watch the talking heads on other channels. You guys got the best damn legal coverage. By the way, I did get hard last night. I got Steve Gosdy's book. He's going to be sending me the copy of his book, and I appreciate y'all getting me hard last night. It was a good experience. Also, appreciate Vince Clortho. Appreciate you. Welcome to BLM or RPG, whether you're part of the replay gang or the base legal mindset. You have access to the emojis. You have access to the Discord and access to all of the members only streams. A lot of my older ones, especially the non-trial coverage, that's all members only because folks are out there. They're striking us. They're coming out for us. And it's really weird. It's really creepy, but we got to watch out for it. Let's see. Also, shout out to everybody who's over there on Locals, legalmindset.locals.com. If you have any memes or anything to drop, please just drop those. You can actually post images in locals. So if you just drop those into locals and you want to share them, I will share them when we get a good point. And by the way, I know other people are streaming it, and I know people will pop over, on different streams. I just want to say this up front, and I think this is something that a lot of people don't recognize. Like, we all acknowledge that everybody else is going to stream. There's other people we like and love that are going to stream. You guys can pop around, choose what you want, pick which channels you like the most, and that's great. And we don't own anybody. Like, nobody is our bitch. If we have a guest on and they're on somebody else's channel, that's totally normal, right? That's totally cool. Congratulations on getting hard. It's a real struggle in a time. I could stay awake and observe. Yes, no, it's great. It's great. But yeah, no, I expect to pop through, and I expect to occasionally get up early, perhaps, and pop on other people's streams. So I may pop on other people's streams and say hello, say what's up, check in. I don't think Phil mentioned EDB. I don't think EDB really has guests at all. So I think other channels will be more open to guests. But I would pop on with Uncivil or Nick just to say hi, what's up. There's no hard feelings. We're all friends. Michelle says, I'm newish. I have no fear. The juror is here. If you have a juror, who can stand against you? Who can stand against you? Let me get some of my grifts out of the way to begin with. First of all, because I know I have a break right now and to get through it. If you guys know, there's very few people that are willing to support good content creators and willing to stand up and say, hey, we're down with them. We support them. So my first thing I want to show right here, guys, is, of course, Feel the Greens. If you guys want to check out Feel the Greens, it is an amazing product. I used to use this product myself when I was working out, when I was trying to get fit. They say you've got to eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Well, if you're going to try to get that in, it's really difficult to eat that much. Nobody, even healthy people, eats 5 servings of vegetables a day. That's crazy people stuff. But what you could do is, hey, you're going to eat some vegetables, you're going to do your best, and you're going to throw in a supplement. And if you want to throw in a supplement like Feel the Greens, go ahead, look in the description, click on the link, enter the code MINDSET, you get 15% off of this product. It is a little expensive, I acknowledge that, but it actually works. This is an actually good product. It's a legitimate product. And they're really based. These people are capitalists. They are absolutely in it to create a great product that people love, and they understand that it is value for value. And no, this is not an argument like Daryl Brooks. This is actually putting out a good product that does what it says. They make no misrepresentations. They're guys, and I talked to their science guys. They're not peddling some bullshit supplement science. They're saying, look, yes, the best thing is if you go out there and eat 5 servings of greens a day, but nobody does that. Let's be real. And I love that. I love that they don't lie. They're straight up. And if you're trying to do the best, you're trying to, rebuild your body in 2023, maybe you made that resolution to get into shape, check out Feel the Greens. Great product. Curry on the way. Awesome. Awesome. Is a project from the grounds. Yes. Yes. So that gets away my the grifting for a while. Yeah, so I did get hard last night, though. I will say. Did get hard. Carnivore diet. Oh, man. That's one of the most controversial things is the carnivore diet and whether the carnivore diet actually works. By the way, shout out to Legal Vices. I know you're dying, brother. Go to sleep. Check it out later. Thank you for the update. Thank you for catching us up on what happened. Apparently, with the first witness, was a first responder. And when I was talking with the others yesterday, the other lawyers, Jeff, Andrew Branca, Steve Gosney, they really framed it as the first person out of the gate. You have to start strong. You can't start with a weak witness. If you start with a witness and they just get run all over, well, that looks like that's setting the foundation for your entire case, and your entire case is shit. And Valhalla, nice to meet you as well, brother. I would love to, in fact, Valhalla, if you want to, I'm sorry, I should have dropped you the link. If you want to DM me on Twitter, or that's probably the best way, just DM me on Twitter. I can drop you the link so you can give me your take, because I know you were on with Jeff for a bit. Just give me your take on what was going on during the first 2 witnesses. But from what I heard, it was not great. And looking at the poll so far, We got 52%. We got only 141 votes. By the way, guys, smash the like button. Who is doing better so far? The prosecution, 25%. The defense, 23%. Toss-up, 51%. So a lot of you guys think, hey, it's still a toss-up. Dick Poon made up for his mid-opening. Okay, good. By the way, I didn't think Dick Poon was completely incompetent. I did not think he was completely incompetent. And let's do a little bit of research on Dick Poon here, because I want to pull up his law firm. Let's pull up his Wikipedia, his like bill track. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive on Dick Poon. Oh, I can't access some of this stuff from South Korea. I love when they hate on me because I'm in another country. It's hilarious. Okay. So he really didn't do that much. Okay, so let's look at Dick Poon here. And thank you, Bias Confirmations. Welcome as a member of BLM RPG. You have access to the emojis, Discord, everything else. Welcome to the most based membership program on all of YouTube. So let's do a dick dive, right? We're going to do a dick dive on Dick Harpootlian. Richard Harpootlian, aka Dick Poon. He's a Democrat. And also, I wonder, is Dick Poon, is he a blue dog? My Southerners out there, especially from South Kakalaki, North Kakalaki, you know what blue dogs are. Blue dogs are essentially, they're like the rhino, right? They're Democrats in name only. He seems like that type of guy, although I don't know what he sponsored. So he was elected in 2018, 20th district in South Carolina. He's a South Carolina senator. He is not a national senator, just a South Carolina Senate. Let's see. He voted on a railroad bill. I'm sure, and by the way, I'm sure there's some pork barrel politics, some grift in all of these. Railways are obviously a huge grift. Something about the Freedom of Information Act, FOA. A special thank you to Sally Cawthon for her retirement. Sympathy for Arthur Murray. Sympathy for David Ayler. These are all kind of nothing burgers. And then bonds and electronic monitoring. Let's see. So related to the statutes regarding electronic monitoring. Okay, bond reform for subsequent violent offenses, Medal of Valor recipients, a bunch of medals. Okay, giving out medals. Longest serving senator recognition for Nikki Setzler. These are all some bullshit. So, okay. So I'm not really a lot of substance other than the bond reform, a little bit of FOA stuff, Freedom of Information Act, and the railroad grift. That's pretty much what we've got here. Here's his law firm. Got it. There's Poon, attorney at law. And let's see. I mean, he's got class action, whistleblower, insurance, bad faith, business disputes, personal injury, wrongful death, criminal defense. He'll chase any ambulance, it looks like. This is kind of the typical, we'll do whatever. Because these are the most common types of claims. We'll look at his Wikipedia real quick just because I'm lazy and don't want to look at anything else. I know it's a bad source. But we'll go over here and check it out. I'll try to stick to the factual information. I didn't know he was Armenian. That explains a lot. Fleeing their hometown of Harpoot in the Ottoman Empire during the thing that Turkey doesn't acknowledge. The thing that Turkey doesn't acknowledge. We're just going to put that out there. He got a JD for the University of South Carolina. That's a pretty good school. It's a pretty good school. There is a town full of Poon. Man, I missed that. Okay, I got you. Aguila says, looks like he's having a cringy commercial for advertisement. Yeah. And then apparently this is what I saw and heard about. So his wife, by the way, is the current ambassador of the U.S. to Slovenia. That sounds like a very interesting situation. So he sent his wife off. So he's not banging his wife then. Very interesting. 2012, Poon drew controversy when he compared Governor Nikki Haley to Ava Braun, the mistress of Mr. Schindler. The remarks were condemned by Norm Coleman. Is any relationship to Ron Coleman? Chairman of the Jewish coalition of Mitt Romney's presidential campaign, who accused him of trivializing Nazism. He drew controversy in remarks he made to an annual Jackson Jefferson dinner of the state Democratic Party, where he said they need to send Nikki Haley back to wherever she came from. Haley is Indian American with Sikh heritage. Oof, and her parents migrated. I think that's all right. Harpootling later apologized, claiming he did not intend to target her ethnicity and that he wanted her to go back to being an accountant in a dress store rather than being a fraud of government. I see that. I don't think people should be banned from saying things, and whether you like him or don't like him, I don't think that's necessarily a racist statement. I think we need to get back to things that, not making the presumption that everybody is being racist all the time. So I'm okay with saying send Nikki back to wherever the hell she came from. That's like saying send Amber back to wherever the hell she came from, like being a cheap stripper. I'm okay with that. Okay with that statement. Poon tweeted that the Black Caucus chair of the South Carolina House received almost $50K from Tom Steyer for campaign services. Campaign services. Poon referred to Steyer as Mr. Moneybags and suggested he had purchased Govin's support. Interesting. Then they asked Biden to distance himself from Poon, saying Poon has a horrible track record of disrespecting and disparaging African Americans. Uh-oh. Steyer asked Biden to disavow Poon and what he said during a 2020 Democratic presidential debate. Poon denied that his comments were racially motivated. Interesting. So they're calling him a racist. We're calling Poon a racist. So let me do another one here. Do you guys think that, so is Poon racist? Let me know. Putting up the poll right now. What do you guys think about that? Dems don't have room for old white men. Yeah, they got to force them all out. Okay, you guys want to know what his wife looks like? All right. I love the judginess here. Oh, actually, honestly, well, is this how she really looks? This may be I gotta find like an actual photo, because this may be let me find one. Jamie. So let's look up Jamie Harpootlian. All right, let me try to find a more candid photo. What's going on, Rita? Good to see you. Hola, chica. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. So here she is in Slovenia. So let me get a couple photos of her here. Okay, so here she is in Slovenia. This is her like kind of official campaign photo. Yeah. She's when was she born? How old is she here? She married Poon in 2007. And she's been a member, and Poon was a member since 2018. She was appointed by Biden in 21. So she's been the ambassador for that entire time. Let's see. She worked as counsel at the law firm, at Poon's law firm. She previously served as a hearing officer for the September 11th, 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund and was a career judicial law clerk in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana. Interesting. Where the hell did these guys meet? This seems like an arranged marriage almost. So the question is, of course, smash or pass. Because I am always crass. I'm glad that Jeff is asking that same question. These are the important probing questions you guys all want to know. I know you all want to know. Let's see. So is Poon racist? 53% say no. 47% say yes, though. 47%. Let's see. I think Smash is actually winning. Whoa. Yeah, you can consider the age. It's a simple test, though. Simple test. You know, we're getting some smashes here. Some one pass. Bass is passing. She finished law school when I was 2. Oh, crazy. Smash the gilf. Yeah, when people say they're not gonna smash, all I say is, I doubt it. Doubt it. This is a good edit, by the way. Also, guys, as we get information on the Miller's case, this is the Abilene shooting case. I know that everyone wanted to hear it. I'm sure Nick would have streamed it. I'm sure Nick would prefer to be streaming this case because he's covered it so much. He's talked about it. He's made it into a meme, made it into a thing. We'll give you updates as this case develops, as we learn more from the defense. I believe the defense is already presenting in this case, but it is not televised. So we are just getting reporters that are talking about this case. The defense rested earlier already. It's going to be a quick case then. It is going to be a quick case. So we may have a verdict we may have a verdict before the end of the week, which would be pretty crazy. Yeah, it's a very quick case. Imagine that. I mean, even if Nick had streamed it, right? That would have been over like that. It's absolutely done. But I am interested, obviously. I'm emotionally invested in the Miller case. Let's see if I can find any updates. And guys, if there's anything you want to send me, like I said, link me on Locals. That's the best place to get it to me live. Or if you really want to, you can send it to me on Twitter. I will say, shout out to everybody who's been supporting my good friends Flash, Quartering. I was on with Anna, that Star Wars girl, earlier. There's some folks getting banned over this whole Eliza Blue controversy for clipping a public music video. And I'm glad for everybody who's over there supporting them and being banned, just retweeting to support those guys. Because I don't support censorship of anybody, even people I don't like. Yeah, cool. So I just got notice from James from Court that he will be on around 3 p.m. So we'll have him in with good audio, good internet. So that should be good. And we'll have some other folks up in here around that as well. We're still on break. And let's see. What are they trying to play here? Some of the clips from earlier. You can see we're still on break. They're still giving analysis here. Nothing to see in the background. Judge is not back yet. Let me get my other grift out there too while we're here. And while I've got you guys as a live captive audience. So my second grift I will get out for the day. We're going to get all the grifts done ahead of time. If you guys want base content, if you guys want something that's really amazing, and it's an amazing project, and in fact, Chapter 1 is just finished, go over here to Indiegogo and check out Adjudicators Academy Volume 1, which is the manga arc that everyone always talks about, the anime arc. If you guys like anime, you guys like law, you guys like based waifus, and yes, this is not like woke modern comics. This is completely based. There will be boobs. Yes, I promise you there will be boobs. Go over to Indiegogo, back this project, $15. You get the entire thing, digital delivery, so we can 100% deliver. My involvement with this product, obviously, I can't draw. I'm not very creative. I'm good at talking. I said, look, I will back this. I will go out here. I will shill this as long as we deliver a product, right? So digital only, manga, 6 chapters, at least at minimum, it's going to be at least 6 pages, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10 per chapter. If we hit certain goals, we'll go to 12 chapters. We've already got 1 done, almost 2 done of those chapters. So look forward to previewing those. I will be previewing those on both locals and on my Illegal Mindset channel. So if you guys are subscribed to my locals, my Legal Mindset, you'll get a preview. And also, I just gave an update today on chapter 1. I just dropped this update and it dropped some new animation. So if you guys have seen this before, check this out. It's great. The artists are great. They draw in like kind of a shonen manga style. They're really great. Everything is going to be full color. Everything is going to be out there with this sort of level of quality here that you see. And I've actually added some chapter 1 previews because these are actually dropped out. We just got these hot off the press. This is new for the page. So if you check it out, this is actually the first page of chapter 1, which just introduces you. I'll read it in the movie director voice. In the land of Utopia, conflict is eternal, good, evil, and seriously confused. You get a lot of great good. It's going to be a lot of great content. It's going to be using law, right? It's using like Harry Potter, if you know the magic was based on law, and you're including some really good waifus. Introducing the characters, you've got Nozomi Hatter. That's one of the main characters in here. Using some language that perhaps you guys are familiar with. You've got Rika Squire over here, who's meeting a character who's short and annoying, named Thomasina. Really interesting parallels here. And of course, we've got Junko. No resemblance at all to anyone you may know. But go over here, subscribe. I'll be giving a lot of updates on this. I'll be doing a deep dive, doing some previews on my other channels. Check that out. Get some waifus, guys. And no matter what, I've actually talked with the artists and everything. No matter what, even if the product doesn't launch, we're gonna send out a certain amount of chapters, right? It may just be a couple, maybe it's be chapter 1, 2, 3. But even if it doesn't launch, we're gonna get the stuff done. We're gonna make sure it's done and delivered. So that's why I'm supporting that project. So guys, make sure you smash the like button. Go over and check out the waifus. And I think I've got my grifts done for today. If you guys need lunch, go grab that. Go get some drinks. Pour yourself a drink. I had a poll. What was the drink of choice for me today? And I believe, let me check on that poll. I believe whiskey won the day. So what I will do is I will make sure that all of my shots, all of my drinks today are 100% whiskey. But let me just double check to make sure that won. I also bought new soju. So I've got new soju. I bought the fancy soju for this. Not playing around. But I think whiskey, yep, here we go. I think whiskey won the poll, 51%. I had a lot of people concerned about me not drinking water. By the way, just so you guys know, I always hydrate. I'm too old for the lack of hydration. I always hydrate, so I'm always drinking water. But that being said, you know, I like whiskey with my water. Koreans are a little obsessed with Ballantines, so I've got that over here. A nice 21-year-old Ballantines. Koreans are obsessed with this. This is like 4 times markup. But I got it at a good discount. So let's start out with a starter, a warm-up to get started here. Since it is 3:30 in the morning, I am tired as hell. My sleep schedule is completely screwed. And cheers. We got 3 weeks of this, at least, of this trial. And then we anticipate jumping right into other trials, whether it's Courtney Clenny, whether it's Taylor Schabusiness, whether it's Sarah Boone. This should be trial season. It should get crazy. Cheers, guys. Kim said, good question. I will answer this. Why do I live in Korea? Some of you may be new to my channel, may not know this, and I do have a video out there. If you search on my channel, the real reason why I moved to Korea, you can find that out there. Here you go. I put that out there right here. 7.9K views. Check that out. I'm going to long detail, long form there. But TLDR version, what I always want to do is I always wanted to move out of the United States. I want to live out in the United States and live in multiple countries, kind of move around. I think that it's one of the things I've enjoyed the most is traveling. But traveling to me felt like, okay, I'm not getting to know a place well. I want to actually live there. I want to actually get to know it better than that. It's something I always want to do. It's on my personal list of things I want to do. And the conditions were right during Corona, particularly post-Corona, and even now when the dollar is still relatively strong, to live abroad while everything is going into recession, while everybody is, saving. I haven't had a diminishment in my lifestyle, despite the fact that, everything has remained relatively even. So that's why I wanted to move abroad. I like Asia. It's safe. It's clean. It's great. The food is amazing. Women are not having any problems in the BMI department. So it is great. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. So check out that video. Culinary should be a great case. I'm really excited for it. I'm really looking forward to covering that one. That's what I would call my thought crimes series. We're covering Casey Anthony. That was too long. The case is too long for me to review all the old Casey Anthony footage, particularly when she accused her brother and her dad. She'd already accused her dad of sexually assaulting her before, but she accused her brother and dad of sexually assaulting not only her, but also Kaylee. And that was, what I would call the historical thought crimes. But Clenny is one that's been out there. I think there's going to be a lot of people in the mainstream media misrepresenting the Clenny case. I am really looking forward to bringing facts to that case. I think there's going to be a lot of lies, just like Amber Heard. Just like Amber Heard. Shabusiness, also a crazy one. That's a case involving S&M that went way too far. Way too far. Let's say from start to finish. So that one will be graphic, but I think we need to cover these things because I think no one is telling the truth about these things. And also, I think people make it sound like these things are rare. Look, just because in Courtney Clenny somebody died doesn't mean this stuff isn't going on to people on a regular basis. We saw during Amber Heard, okay, hashtag men too, but let's really cover these crimes. Let's really cover these people, especially these deceitful women out there that are lying and getting away with it. And that doesn't mean people misinterpret this. Oh, that means you're interesting all women. No, I'm saying this class of people that are just liars, and they lie and lie and lie, and they get away with it. And we're seeing that right now, by the way, with the whole Eliza Blue saga, where she is lying and lying and lying and getting away with it because she's supported by powerful people, including a bunch of powerful simps like Elon Musk. Because remember, Elon Musk also covered for Amber Heard. He's clearly got a type. It's Crazy Blondes. And thank you, Sue. I appreciate that. You'll be the only one I watch. No, absolutely. Because I think other people are going to pull punches. No offense to anybody else, but I think they're going to pull punches because I think they're afraid to say the facts on the Clenny case. I think they're afraid to say what was going on there. Courtney Clenny specifically said she targeted a certain type of individual. She targeted a certain type of guy because she knew that those guys were crazy about her and she could manipulate them. She could control them. She did it on purpose. And guys, court starts again at around, let's see, they say 2:15 p.m. EST. Now, let's see, what time is it right now, EST? Right now, just so you guys know, so everybody knows, we're on break, but I am monitoring this. I do have this pulled up. I'll be in the side view. So that's about 45 minutes. Thank you, Agrilith. I can barely add right now. But this case, honestly, it seems a lot better. Thank you, 135. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I always have to constantly check that. The only thing more dangerous than simp is a wealthy simp. Yeah, and a lot of times it's their dads that enable them. It's their moms. This case, obviously, Murdaugh does not have that fact pattern. But, let's say Murdaugh had a daughter. This could have been quite different. I got a feeling Tay will change it pretty soon. We'll see. I mean, one thing we're looking for in the Sarah Boone case, it is a suitcase murder case, is we are looking for Sarah to add battered women syndrome, BWS, to the allegations, right, as a defense. And in Florida, you have to declare that. You have to actually have an expert come in and testify as to battered women syndrome to introduce different types of evidence that you're not otherwise allowed to introduce. So what the plan we think is they're going to file a motion. You have to do it 30 days in advance of trial. Trial's been rescheduled for April. So maybe sometime in March, maybe February, she'll file something. They'll have the expert. The defense will have the chance to object. That will come up. Hunch says, is it just me or does Eliza Blue glow? Just saying. Okay, I'm being very careful what I say on this issue because people are getting yeeted left and right. But Eliza got in with a bunch of very, very, very powerful people on the right and on the left because she self-declared herself as she said, I'm a survivor. I was trafficked, right? And people just believed her. They just took her at her word. And I think at this point, we need to be a lot more careful vetting people because people who are out there pushing themselves and promoting themselves, we need to question that because frankly, if you're out there promoting yourself and grifting off it, I honestly don't believe you're as legitimate. I think a lot of people that really have these things happen to them don't want to speak up. They have to be kind of pushed and prodded into speaking up because they don't want to talk about it. When you're someone who is literally running up and saying, "Oh, me," I'm calling bullshit. Just saying, we got to verify. And there's no criminal charges. Nobody has been arrested. She's named no names as to who exactly specifically trafficked her. She's just said, I was trafficked. And based on that, Elon, Twitter, Trust and Safety, all those folks are backing her up. YouTube, because by the way, they're taking down a lot of those videos that she clearly consented to. She clearly signed a release. And because of that, Jeremy's gotten banned, Brittany Venti's gotten banned, and Yellow Flash has gotten banned. And let me be very clear about this. Jeremy I've gone on with, he's been a friend. He's been a good guy. We've had great conversations behind the scenes. Flash has been a friend. I met him at Anime at Matsuri in person. Venti was at Matsuri, but we didn't meet. I've had my personal take on Venti. Those that see that, those that have heard me talk about it, it's not anything bad or good. It's just that, hey, kayfabe is kayfabe. No hate. It's a grift. It's a good grift. But even people that are grifters, even the people that you may like or not like, and I see a lot of people that don't like Venti, and they flip out and say, oh, I don't like her, so it's okay, she's banned. No. In fact, we need to support people we don't like even more. See, what the left does and what a lot of people who are on the extreme ends of the spectrum is, they say, oh, good, they laugh when bad things happen to the other people. We need to stick up for rights in general, due process in general, for everybody, period. End of story, full stop. Fuck your politics. Due process applies to everybody. We need to actually stand for that principle. And there's actually a few people that really do believe that principle. I'm one of those people that believes that. I know Jeff is very similar. We've talked about that, but most people do not follow that. The ACLU is deranged about Trump. They used to protect free speech, not anymore. Flux says, I'm a traffic victim too, but don't ask for proof because that makes you racist. Yes, racist against white women? Flux, are you Native American now? Are you claiming Pocahontas status? Like, what's going on? How can I racist you? Flux, let me know. I'll be happy to help. I'm happy to provide. Yeah, Eliza couldn't name names because she could be sued for defamation. This is very true. I said that on my stream with Anna, that Star Wars girl. I was on with her earlier today. It's one of the reasons why I didn't sleep. Oh, but that's not racist. That's anti-Semitic. If you're Jewish, shout out to my brother Joe, who I have to bail on tomorrow. By the way, Joe, if you're listening, I love you, Joe. I'm sorry. I have to deal with some visa issues where I got to give some fucking documents tomorrow that I got to get during the day. And Korean banks are only open till like 2 or 3 p.m. So I'm sorry, Joe. I got to bail on you tomorrow. Check your Twitter DMs. I love you, though. But listen, if you want me to be anti-Semitic, just check out my streams with good logic. I mean, you got more than enough ammo there. Come on. Come on. Another said he should be allowed on Twitter and Facebook. Okay. I mean, here's the thing. Here's my problem. My problem is that when they make you delete the tweet, so they put out these tweets they didn't like, right? They make you admit when you delete the tweet that you did something wrong. So you're admitting it's a violation and admitting you did a bad thing. They're going to use that against you. It's like an indemnification against the lawsuit, because think about it. They're actually depriving you of income. They're depriving you of revenue that would have otherwise be given to you. For example, Jeremy, he has not just his videos on YouTube, but also his coffee grift. And I'm sure his coffee grift is hurting because people aren't clicking on it through Twitter. When you go to your YouTube analytics, you can see where your videos are redirected from. And oftentimes they are redirected from Twitter. If it was just a deleting with no admission, it'd be fine. But it's not that. So I've seen a lot of people, by the way, canceling their Twitter Blue, because I was one of those people, and I was, a lot of people were out there saying, hey, let's get Twitter Blue, let's support, let's get in there. And, let's support these folks. Trump ACLU. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I probably did get you confused. Sorry, Agrilo. But TDS is definitely triggering a lot of folks out there. Jeremy is bigger than Venti, and Anna is concerned about a friend. That's fine. And by the way, I'm all for backing up your friends. If you've got a friend in trouble, you back them up. That's what you do. You just don't ask questions. You don't wait for it. You back up your friends. Your friends are in trouble. Jeremy has helped me out. Flash for sure has been a homeboy. So I'm backing those guys up. They're my friends. I met Flash in person. Jeremy's been a good guy to me personally. I know a lot of people don't like the quartering. They have things to say about him. Okay, that's fine. But to me, he's been nothing but a good guy. Nothing but helping me out. Venti, I don't know, but Venti is friends with my friends. And, Anna was there backing her up on her stream. And Anna is a good friend of mine. We met at Matsuri, and we really are good friends. Mostly because I don't simp for her, which I think is why she likes me. But she's a good person, and I know she's backing up a friend, so I got her back. She's vouching for her. That's all I need. Have you been to the Cheese theme park? No, I have not. I also haven't been to the Dick theme park, and I'm not talking about Dick Poon, right? Dick Poon does not have a theme park in Korea. There is an actual phallus park, we'll say that, in Korea, on the shore, the eastern shore, by the Eastern Sea. In Korea, they call it the East Sea, not the Sea of Japan. They got really mad when I called it the Sea of Japan. Really mad. So there's a park there, for those who don't know. And that park is dedicated to the Wang, because apparently there was a virgin girl who died. And after she died, none of the fish were biting, right? The fishermen were not getting any hauls. And all of a sudden, I think one of the fishermen, peed into the ocean over the side of his boat. And after he whipped it out, the fish started coming back a little bit. So they built this park. And after they built this park with all these penises, the fish came back and were restored. So that's why there's a penis park. There's also some sex parks in Jeju as well. But that's the most famous one. It's just really out of the way. It's like 4 hours away. I'd have to specifically do a mission to the penis park. And I feel like I'm going to have to stream from the penis park to make it worth it. We're going to have to hang Dong live. Yeah. So I will search the cheese park. I do like cheese. Let's see. Jessica, sorry, I'm reading the locals here. Jessica asked, do we get your autograph with it? You know what? If we hit certain goals on the manga project on Adjudicator's Academy, I will autograph prints and I will bring them to Matsuri. So that's one of my perks, right? Is that if we hit certain goals, I will definitely do it. In fact, I'll tell you guys this. If we hit the initial goals, right, which I think we're 10% of the way there. If we get there, I will bring Prince to Matsuri for, let's say, the first, say, 50 people on Matsuri. If we hit the backing goal, right now we are, I believe, 10% of the way there. So if we hit the goals, we will be. I'll bring Prince to Matsuri. I'll do it, guys. So come over here, guys. Indiegogo projects, Adjudicator's Academy. I'll be going through all the tiers, all the benefits there. And the link is in the description and in the chat. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, so people are saying you like Shabusiness more than Boon. Do you guys prefer Shabusiness over Boon? By the way, you guys are 50-50 on whether Poon is racist. So you guys think Dick Poon is toss-up whether he's actually racist. So which trial? If both trials went at the same time. Okay, which trial will be better? I say, will you prefer? Boon. Business. And actually, let me make sure I'm even. Let me make sure I get that. Okay. We'll try to get more. Hunt says, hey, Kanik is doing a Miami signature series for the SFX meat line. Google it. One of the Miami night versions will be at Anime Material. Awesome. Awesome. Check that out. Awesome. Oh, I think I've got to get on a VPN to look at that from Korea. Hunch. So I will look into that later. People are asking me, how was Singapore? I was just in Singapore for a couple days. It was Lunar New Year. I love how the Chinese try to claim it, even though it's literally just the lunar calendar. They're like, it's Chinese New Year. I'm like, it's a lunar calendar, right? Koreans celebrate it as well. Many other countries celebrate it as well. But China's like, Chinese New Year. I'm like, okay. You're totally not compensating for anything in China. But it was actually really good. I really enjoyed Singapore. The food was great. The weather was like home. It was like rainy every day at the same time. It was like very predictable, rainy, 80, 90 degree weather Fahrenheit. Beautiful. I loved it. The food was amazing. And it was actually not that packed. There were a lot of foreigners, particularly Europeans, which was the disgusting part. But other than the Europeans and their vile communism that they brought, other than that, it was fine. So people in the Shabusiness versus Boon, Vilhammer says Shabusiness would kill Boon. That's what we're discussing. Yeah, it's true. Here you can get the death penalty for littering in Quebec and Singapore. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Quebecistan on Rumble says like you can get the death penalty for littering on Singapore. I don't know about littering. It is banned. Gum is banned. So you can't chew gum or even import it. And there are a couple other strict laws like that. Like public nudity, there's some really weird laws. So if you're having sex in your hotel room or home, even apartment, and you leave the curtains open, you can get in trouble for that. You got to close the curtains. If somebody else sees you, you're in trouble. Even if it's your wife, even if you're at home, you got to make sure you close the curtains in Singapore. Very important. Yes, they also have Valhalla. They have very harsh drug penalties, like most of Asia, right? Korea, Japan, China, Singapore. They don't fuck around with drugs. This is not Thailand. This is not some of the other countries that. I mean, Thailand's legalized marijuana. This is not some of the other countries that like kind of turn a blind eye. Laos, Cambodia. They don't fuck around. Not at all. Avian in 7th Power says, stopping by. Thanks for covering this case. But oh no, my pleasure. My pleasure. I was always going to cover this case. This is one that I think a lot of people are interested in. And frankly, honestly, it's turning out to be a better case than I thought it would be before I started covering the case itself. I mean, it's got a lawyer name. I mean, his name is Dick Poon. Yes, I know his name is Richard Harpootlian. People are going to be, Andrew, you're so immature. It's Richard Harpootlian. You should use his full name. Fuck you, Dick Poon. I mean, come on. Come on. And Darth, by the way, I agree with this. The anti-exhibitionist rhetoric is bullshit. Yeah, I don't think they actually would care. And the thing is, a lot of times there's laws on the books, but they don't enforce them. For example, I just got a new tattoo. It's not visible. But I got a new tattoo in Korea. That is illegal. It is illegal for them to give you a tattoo. Now, I can't be punished, but the artist can be punished. They're required to have a medical license. You're required to be a doctor to give a tattoo in Korea. It's ridiculous. It's been challenged in their Supreme Court. They've lost 2 cases trying to challenge this thing. One about a decade ago where they lost like 9-0 in the Supreme Court. Recently, there was a case a couple years ago. They lost on a 5-4 split. So it's changing. And I think next 5 years or so, that'll completely change. So many people have tattoos here. So many people accept that as normal. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Flux is like, what? Because if you're here, it's kind of a joke because there's so many tattoo parlors. It's easy to get one, but it's still illegal, right? On the books, it's illegal. Yeah, like I said, I got so many Korea. Exactly. Like, tell that to the military, right? So it's on the face. This is illegal, but we don't actually enforce it, right? So porn is illegal here, but they're watching a lot of porn. Purchasing ladies of the evening, illegal, but not. And once again, people say, don't announce your crimes on the internet. I did not commit a crime. The artist did. And I'm not doxing the artist, right? I'm not doxing the artist. They're not going to get the artist out of me. And by the way, I'm not admitting whether my artist was a doctor or not. Maybe my artist was a doctor. Who knows? Nobody knows. Wayne, so this is interesting. Wayne says they don't enforce the Stushin laws in Korea. They don't enforce them in the United States. Well, let's be clear. They don't enforce them in many countries. Like, what is the difference between what's going on a sugar daddy website and what's going on at the Bunny Ranch? Speaking of the Bunny Ranch, Radix, how's it going, Christina? You have the link. Come on over. Anytime, you are welcome. Thank you for sending me links to your documentary. Let's show that when you're live. You got to come on down. And yeah, Japan has legalized things. So there's no legal violations in Japan. They just are openly degenerate, and they admit it, right? We're still on lunchtime, guys. Do not worry. I've got it monitored. The cuck networks have their fluff stream here, just going over the estate, bringing on their talking heads that are random criminal defense attorneys that are going to give you a super woke take. I mean, you know it. Just looking at this panel. I mean, come on. I mean, I do like the imagery of the actual ranch itself. I think this is good just to show you the kind of magnitude, and just where the kennels are. The fact this place had a fucking airstrip at one point. Massive, like its own city. Japan has 8-foot Tenga statues at the mall. They don't care. No, they really don't. I remember being on the train with Meme Copium, good friend of mine, friend of the channel, Josh Meme Copium. And we're just on the train and we're looking out the window and there's a giant ad for a sex shop in Japan. They don't hide anything, which I honestly I appreciate that. Just like they're like, yeah, we're degenerate. We kind of don't care, right? You know, I bought panties from a vending machine. Well, it wasn't a vending machine, it was a gotcha machine. So you put in money, and it gives you a little one of those little plastic, you know, things, but it's blacked out, so you don't know what it is. And it was a random adult toy, right? And it turned out to be panties. They were not used. By the way, Xcomer, I'm very offended. Favorite Korean meal, non-dog. Very offended. Very offended. I like tteokbokki, also samgyeopsal, you know, but frankly, another thing I really fucking love in Korea is pufferfish. Most people don't have the balls to eat pufferfish. Like, oh, it's got poison. Oh, it's got poison. I'm not gonna eat the pufferfish because I'm gonna want to die. You're no, man up. Grab your nuts. Grab your dick poon and eat some pufferfish. That shit is delicious, especially when you put some spicy sauce on the pufferfish. It's delicious. It's great. They make it into tempura. They make it into a salad, like a cold salad. They make it into bulgogi. All of that's amazing. Fantastic. Man up, eat some fucking pufferfish. You haven't lived till you've eaten some pufferfish. It is not disgusting. It is amazing. Yeah, the poison part is a very small part, and it's clearly cut out. If you fail and there's an issue with poisoning, you're going to be gone forever. It is not going to go well for you. People do not drop dead on normal. There's a pufferfish place right down the block from me. I go there all the time. Amazing. It's like, honestly, to me, it tastes like a lot of the tropical fish that I would have in Florida. So I don't want, for most people, maybe I would say everybody knows tilapia, right? But like a better tilapia. Like a Chad tilapia. Not Chad, the law enforcement agent from this case, because I don't know what you guys thought about Chad, but I was not very convinced by Chad. But I also don't think Chad fucked up that much. Ron said beef bulgogi is my favorite Korean. Oh yeah, I love beef bulgogi, bibimbap. A lot of people get sick of bibimbap because they serve it on every fucking flight from America to Korea. Every flight has bibimbap as an option. Every flight, I'm not kidding. But bulgogi is always a good go-to. And the good thing about Korean barbecue is you see what it is. They give it to you in front of you. They're like, here's the food. It's like the raw meat. You cook it yourself. You put the sauce on. You salt it, whatever you want to do. You get the side dishes. So you see what's going into the food. You know. My crew used pufferfish as a slang for a certain type of girl. I wouldn't want to know what the girl is that you called pufferfish. Very disturbing. By the way, we've got clock and seal. We've got hands and melons. Hands of the clock and the obvious melons of the seal of South Carolina. Yeah, Korean barbecue is great. I will say, after being here though, and I know Flux, you were over here. You can probably testify to this. It's difficult to say, oh man, you're paying $10 for a bottle of soju and $100 at Korean barbecue when you can go down the street here and get it for $7, and a bottle of soju is 75 cents, 80 cents when you convert it, right? It's hard to pay 10x the prices, but it is really good. It's one of the reasons why I've stuck around as long, is frankly the food. If the food sucked, I would have been out quick. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't know how y'all do it in England. I know I got those British washers. And of course, people on my locals already posting. If you want degenerate memes, head over to locals. By the way, hope you caught all the clips. I'm going to be trying to do a lot of clips, but obviously We're gonna have a clip of Dick Poon, attorney at law, that should be dropping very soon. I'm gonna try to drop as many clips as I can. I've got, I think, 3 that have dropped so far in this case, and we're gonna be doing maybe 2 every single day. We're gonna be hitting it hard with this case and really doing a deep dive as we go through this. Now, so my boyfriend lived in Korea when he was in middle school. Still his favorite food. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. R.I.P. the Brits. Yeah, R.I.P. R.I.P. Have I learned Korean yet? I just 안녕하세요, 이거 주세요. That'll get you very far, right? If you know, like, honestly, in most languages, if you know like 10 words, you can actually write out and do a lot. You can do a lot. You need to spell the last 3 foods you've named. Yeah, sure, in Korean. Let's see. Dick Poon, best of both worlds. Oh yeah, it's built-in Futanari on the defense. Let's see. Barbara said, Korean women get mean AF when they get old in general. I think a lot of people get mean AF when they get old because you stop caring. You stop giving AF when you're old. That's very universally true. I've noticed that everywhere. I used to work with retirement homes in Florida. People don't give a damn at a certain point. They just don't. Yeah, old people don't have any filters anymore. Miss Ryan says, I can't live without Mexican food. Yeah, I've actually found the best Mexican places in Seoul because I do enjoy good Mexican food every once in a while. Despite growing up in Miami, I can actually find good Cuban food, good churrasco, good. They have Texas de Brazil here, which is fine. I can find that sort of stuff, which is more what I grew up with, but Mexican food is actually harder. And that's more of a craving. Jack says, my soon-to-be ex-wife, Filipina. That's a whole nother channel. That's on the channel. You need to watch Pimpcast if you've got the soon-to-be ex-wife, Filipina. We can talk about that. Now, let's see how we're doing here on the time. Let's make sure we're pulled up. Just add this over to the stream. Guys, we're watching. We should be back here any moment now. So it should be coming very, very soon. Also should be joined soon by Christina, Radix, as well as James from Court. What ethnicity is your next wife going to be? The better choice would be, in that case, please do not get married willy-nilly. I was in a cab in Singapore. This is a funny story. And I had to listen to this guy. He was Chinese Singaporean. He was explaining to me the divorce laws in Singapore. And he was saying that, hey, he's like, I can't believe it. My wife got 50% of my possessions. He had, 2 apartments, 2 shops, a bunch of money. She got half the money, 1 of the apartments, 1 of the shops. It's like, I can't believe it. It's not fair. I'm like, welcome to what has been happening in California and in a lot of the United States for a long time. I got some rye to drink with you. All right, awesome. What's up with the alleged jury leak? Were there ever an update? Was there actually a jury leak on this case? Let's see. I haven't seen any potential. Let's see, information. Let's see. I think there was an accusation that the Attorney General leaked a video in this case. But frankly, I don't think we've seen a lot of leaked video on this. In fact, if you want to talk about video and things that are leaked, we've seen more out of the Idaho case, the Brian Koberger case. We've seen leaks there where there's a gag order and they've let out information regardless. We've seen potential leaks to the Sarah Boone case. But I don't think we've seen much here. In fact, I think people weren't that excited for this because we haven't seen that much leaked video, right? If we saw the leaked video, if we saw that body cam footage that we reviewed today, I think people would be much more engaged. Judge, I am the law started out today mentioning the jury leak. Okay, well, maybe that's a new thing then. Maybe that's a new thing. I wouldn't say Singapore is woke. They're strict. They're strict. It's there, and like the woke doesn't really apply here. There's not like true wokeness. There's strict, and there's just the general communal nature of a lot of Asian society, right? That's just socially baked in, the social nature of everybody is doing something, so we all do the thing. You know, the individualism is not as much of a thing. That's kind of baked in. But I wouldn't call it woke. It's not coming from the woke place. It's not because they want to say white people are bad. Like, in fact, I've heard a lot more based takes. But the law, mind you, a lot of this law is imported from the West. So a lot of this law, including, you know, British law, gets imported in. Speaking of imports, what's going on? Christina, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for joining me. I wanted to, you know, in the trial, you know, get people that aren't lawyers, because I think there's a lot of streams out there where there's just people that are lawyers on, and they're
kind of boring.
It is not boring. It's so boring. And you know, we've done a ton of streams. Everybody's done trial streams where there's lawyers on. So I definitely wanted to get you on because you're not just a simple non-lawyer, a lay person, right? A pleb, if you will. You're not just a pleb. You're a good friend of mine. So that's what's important. And you've been great helping me out on my channel, backing me up, especially when the shit's gone down. So you know me, I got your back. And why don't you introduce yourself to everybody, just because some people may not know you.
Okay. Well, I'm an independent journalist in the Beltway area, and I talk about lots of things that make people uncomfortable, especially the FBI.
Yes, because I mean, you're a Fed, so it's very uncomfortable when Feds are talking about themselves.
That too, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, you're a girl on the internet, and that automatically makes you a Fed.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. We all know girls aren't actually on the internet.
Right, right. I mean, if you're...
That's a psyop.
That's 100% a psyop. Also, I don't know why Twitter is now not allowing me to close my messages. Like I have to dox my messages in order to show your trailer.
Oh no!
Here.
Oh no!
No, I'm joking. I think it fixed itself. All right. So you've got a documentary coming out really soon.
Yes.
Can you tell people about this?
Let me lay the groundwork, if you will. So I'm sure there's lots of people who have heard about the Michigan plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. So this was these guys were arrested. There were 13 men arrested October 7th, 2020. They had this huge press release with Gretchen Whitmer like, these guys wanted to kidnap and kill me, and the FBI foiled this terror plot, you know, and that was like the narrative that was presented. And then as we learned and paid attention to what came out in discovery, the FBI actually used a network of 12 FBI informants, 2 undercover agents to entrap and frame a bunch of innocent men that were actually conducting what was legal, lawful, defensive firearms and medical training. You know, yes, there were militia groups like the Wolverine Watchmen, but a lot of these people were not even members of a militia group. They just got invited to what was, you know, described to them as a field training exercise where they could take part in defensive training that in their mind they believe was lawful. And it was not illegal for them to do that at a private property in Michigan.
Right.
And so what happened was the FBI provided a bunch of marijuana and alcohol to these guys. You have 20 or 30 guys, they're shooting guns, they're grilling food, they're hanging out, they're drinking. And then you have maybe 5
smoking some federal pot, provided
by the FBI. The FBI trained them, by the way. It was actually an undercover FBI agent that did the shoot house training for everybody.
And provided, I think, explosives for the training, right? Like there was explosives at the training provided by the FBI.
Well, yes. I mean, allegedly. The problem is that the FBI doesn't actually have any evidence of explosives. So these guys were charged with conspiracy to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, and they were also charged with weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. They said that they were trying to obtain or make an IED or purchase an explosive device. That actually didn't happen. What happened was Barry Croft purchased a firework and then taped some pennies to the bottom to weigh it down because he was trying to make a flashbang. And then the FBI said that actually he taped pennies on it because he wanted that to be shrapnel. And they said that they knew it was going to be an explosive because he tied it from a tree, in the same tree that they had a human silhouette target in from earlier in the day. And that meant they must have been planning to do something big, scary and big bad. But what you'll never find in the evidence, and I've reviewed all of the discoveries, you'll never actually hear these guys agreeing to any kind of conspiracy. In fact, you'll hear the opposite. You'll hear them say numerous times, like, we're not offensive, we're defensive. Here is our defensive philosophy of why we're doing this training. You have to remember it's 2020 in Grand Rapids. There's rioting happening. There are stores being looted and like homes being burned down. These guys, like, it was really appealing to them to be able to participate in free defensive training. Like, you had guys that just wanted to learn how to use a firearm, basically. They didn't really have any actual training with it. So that was, to them, it's like, oh yeah, I can get free food and beer and learn how to shoot my gun, learn how to dress a wound. I might need this to protect my community.
But then, when they're getting all this free stuff, then they're like, oh, okay, secret feds, that's really cool. Thank you for all this stuff. And then secret feds are like, yeah, but let's go kidnap the governor. They're like, that's all. They're like, but we don't want to do that. Like, we really are not interested. No, like, we've got other priorities.
Politicians. There's one guy that was recorded saying, we're not black bagging politicians. We're not about that. But the FBI, like, they found a guy named Adam Fox who was sort of like a vulnerable man. I believe that he's autistic. He was living in the basement of a vacuum repair shop. He didn't even have a working shower. And they kind of found somebody that was naive, that could be a patsy. And I've talked to guys, other men who never got charged, but happened to attend, like the Luther FTX, that saw Adam, and they said the people who we now know were FBI informants, they were laughing at him as he's running around, bumbling around, doesn't even know how to hold his gun properly. And they're telling him, go do this, go do that. That's what happened. They would say things like, post this on Facebook because my account got taken down and you still have yours and you have a bigger platform than me. We just want to see what people say. Just throw it out there. They did this in
I think chats. Here's the thing. We all know the word entrapment, right? Yeah. And I think we know what it means. Mm-hmm. But the feds really push the line with what they get you to do there, because they know, right? Okay, everybody's got this idea of what entrapment is. Oh, the feds can't tell you to do anything naughty. They can't be bad. No, they can do a lot.
They can lie. Yeah, go ahead.
Particularly, here's the other thing too. Particularly if it's not a Fed themselves, but a federal, like a confidential informant, right? Because you're like, oh, they're not feds, they're not federal agents, there are informants, but they have these informants by the balls, right? They're literally saying, we're going to throw you in jail if you don't become our bitch, right? And they have them out there doing these things in these organizations.
Like Steve Robeson, he's one of the main informants in the case that you didn't really get to hear about. Everyone heard about Big Dan at trial. He was their main guy. He was a military veteran, had more credibility. Steve Robeson was actually the main informant. He's a 20-year felon, convicted criminal. He was a convicted pedophile, that the FBI hid that information. They literally removed it from his criminal record. So when these guys in the militia groups were trying to vet people like Robeson, that wouldn't come up. They don't even mention, and here's the other thing, there are whistleblowers inside the FBI. There are some people who know what happened and know it was bullshit, that have provided documentation that I have seen. I've seen the CHS file for Steve Robeson. They don't even mention his sex crime charge in their own documentation. Right. But they do say that, oh yeah, he broke the law. He steered things. He was directing things. He was doing things he shouldn't have been doing. And, that's why they burned him as an informant and prevented him from testifying, so that his role in the entrapment plot wouldn't be known. Which is really sad and really disappointing. The other thing that is interesting about his CHS file is there's 15 states here. There's like targets targets in 15 different states. So like they wanted it to be a multi-state plot that they were going to foil. They had people that they were surveilling for over a year that had never done anything wrong, never committed a crime. I'm not joking when I say this. They devoted millions of dollars to this, $6 million on a terrorism enterprise investigation. So that has to have authority and approval from like higher senior people in the FBI. You've got multiple field offices in different states that are coordinating. So Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, all these different field offices working together to target people. You had drones flying overhead at 7,000 feet, following people around. You had airplanes flying at 15,000 feet, following people around. You've got 5-6 different people wearing recording devices. How do you not have any actual evidence of anyone really conspiring to doing anything or any kind of even agreement between them? You have Barry, the guy who they called the spiritual leader, who just got sentenced to 20 years in prison. He is a truck driver that lived in Delaware. He has 3 daughters he's raising. They followed him. They opened an investigation on him in 2019, followed him around for an entire year as he's working as a truck driver, taking his kids to school, literally doing nothing. They don't close their investigation. They go, hey, let's introduce him to these guys in Michigan. Let's try to get him to do something. Tell him he has really good ideas. Have Jenny Plunk, an undercover informant, sleep in the hotel with him and in the bed with him. You know, befriend him, try to get him drunk and get him to say dumb things. They'd ask them hypotheticals. They have 20 guys sitting around drunk and stoned.
So, and this is more than like, hey, what, you know, smash or pass, like hypotheticals. This is not balls or no balls. This is like, hey, you know, if you were gonna kidnap the governor, how would you do it? Theoretically, just like, you know, it's a hypothetical situation, right? You know, hypothetical situation, right?
And then take the response,
edit
play
it,
that at
right?
court and go, see, they wanted to do something, they were violent. And it's like, okay, you've got them saying some dumb stuff like Adam is stoned and drunk saying that, you know.
But here's the thing, you always need, Christina, here's the thing, here's the problem with that evidence is you always need full context to that to be able to, you know, give the context in which to show the entrapment, to show the situation, to show the statement, right? So this is where the fuckery of the feds really is starting to get exposed. And I'm glad people are paying more attention to this. I'm glad people are paying more attention to this. And the fact that our laws are not being enforced equally. None of these drones and planes and other bullshit, this level of resources was not spent on Chaz or Chop or any of that, right? Any of that. When there's actual, not just an autonomous zone, but there's actual wire fraud going on. There's crimes, there's people being shot and killed, actual people dying in the streets. They don't give a fuck. They don't care at all.
Christopher Ray says that's just an ideology. It's not an actual group. It's just an idea, you know.
So anyways, let me make sure that you guys got this. So on Twitter, guys, I put Christina's, not her link to her channel, her YouTube channel in the description. I just also added the link to her documentary, which is here on Twitter, K&K Film. The trailer's up here. You guys can come over there.
Teaser for the trailer. The
teaser trailer
will be released on the 31st. You've seen it already. You know how sick it is.
It's cool. It's cool. It's very good. It's good shit. It's good shit. Yeah. And I know you put a lot of like care and attention and stuff. You get super autistic with what you do, which is like weaponizing that. And I know you're passionate about it. You've been talking about this for a long time. You've been focused on this.
The only person that cares about it. Everybody's forgotten about these guys. They've told me no one else has bothered to reach out to them, their families, people who were at these events and corroborate details.
Because the media's buried it and they disincentivize people from talking about it. Yeah. Right? They disincentivize it hard. Right, and that's why
this narrative out that these guys were like white supremacist, right-wing extremists. Like they weren't even really conservative. Like they showed up in solidarity with like BLM people. They were just like, yeah, we support your right to protest.
Okay, all right.
With you. You know,
and
that was it.
We're getting back here into the trial, guys.
Not only participated in the murder investigation, but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road, in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant.
Outside the presence of the jury.
Put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian.
That's our agreement.
I mean, Your Honor, only one for the
Guy just
caveat.
doesn't
He would
look
make it
likable.
clear
I
when
hate
he
to say
calls the
that.
witness.
Sorry, let me.
I don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to. Just if you just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll keep me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
Certainly, and any such witness will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You may bring the jury.
I brought up your mic, Christina. You were a little low.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, I hope you get the Southern draw. This is in South Carolina. I hope you've been following this a little bit. But giant murder case, fraud charges against Alex Murdaugh, former lawyer, accused of killing his wife and son.
And he sent you right with like a shotgun or something, just like brutal stuff.
Yeah, and they've been really harping on the 300 blackout ammunition used here. Folks say it's rare. It's not that rare. It's not like a musket ball. You know, it's not as common, but it's getting more popular, particularly for hunting.
Yeah, he just looks like an unpleasant man, you know?
Right,
He
like
looks sympathetic.
This is why I brought you in. I'm like, just look at him. Like, as if you're the jury and you're brought in, just looking at the guy. Does he look guilty or not?
He totally does. I mean, body language, man. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
That stuff matters, by the way. I know it sounds stupid and petty or like superficial, but it does matter.
No. It matters. And that's the sort of thing that real people who are jury experts, real people who try to win cases and really win, they look at stuff like that. They look at body language.
Your next witness.
Tanish Bryson Smith.
You'll come up here, please.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
You've got an interesting cast of characters in here.
First name Tanish, last name Bryson Smith, Bryson -Smith.
Tanish.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
She does not want to be
Could
here.
you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911.
And how long have you worked for
911
Hampton
operator.
County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in a director position, just instated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls, as well as video recordings from our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our Nextlog data recording systems.
How long are they stored for?
As long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Culinary County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that on the location and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be going to Colleton County?
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
All right. Back on June 7th of 2021, did you receive a call from Alec Murdaugh?
We did.
And that call came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
Once it was determined that the call was located, the location of the emergency was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given. Once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
For the record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes what's marked as takes exhibit 9.
Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
State's exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call.
Are they
that
using
came in
CDs?
On the night in question.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Holy shit.
I was able
Like
to.
the 90s.
And I dated it and initialed on the
Put your Walkman.
I knew this is a small county, but fuck,
Move
dude.
exhibit 9 into evidence.
You see like
Already been
Betamax
admitted
tapes.
without objection.
Yeah, most like computers don't even have like the little disc things in them anymore. You have to like purchase it separately.
I remember having to purchase one separately to run a program. It was ridiculous.
Okay, you said 4147 Mobile Road analysis? Sir? You said 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington? Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road. Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay? Hello? I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Colleton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and call the Colleton.
Yeah, the audio is trash.
It's horrible. I'm trying to like make this out.
Oh no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennel. I can tell that he's shot in the head and he's shot really bad. He's shot really bad.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
That's it?
That was it.
To get that 911 call in. That's all it was. To get the 911.
Cross-examination.
Court's indulgence.
Dick Poon. His name is Richard Harpootlian, but he's called Dick Poon, Christina. I mean, you know I was going to go there.
Of course.
How this works, a call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Are you guys simping for the lawyer chick on this table yet?
How?
I know how to chat. I'm
911.
thirsty as hell.
She looks severe.
When you dial 911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call being placed. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle would
Was
be?
Walterboro Highway Tower.
Okay, okay. And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Do you know the Murdaughs, or do you know Alec Murdaugh and his family?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, not much to ask.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you.
Yeah, she does not fuck around. 911 operators do not fuck around.
Call your next witness.
Angela Stallings.
So I think we're gonna get a lot of the required witnesses here.
Yeah.
This is like the homework they have to turn in, I'm not saying you guys should simp. I'm just saying I'm surprised because you guys are thirsty.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Take a seat.
I know y'all.
State your name again for the record.
Y'all do be like that. You're all a bunch of degenerates.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Culinary County Sheriff's Office.
Oh no.
And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
There's your
What are
dummy
some
mommy,
of your
Christina.
duties
There she
and
is.
responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
There she blows.
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Very strong accent on this girl.
Kept?
They're kept on our
Yeah, I kind of like it though.
Carolina recording software system that we use.
It makes her less
Who
severe.
has access to those records?
Yeah.
Myself and one other employee.
The fact she needs to read these questions is a little embarrassing, though.
Yeah.
These are very
She's trying,
simple
though.
questions.
Is it normal for y'all to have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Did she
Yes,
just
ma'am.
say y'all?
And why,
Oh yeah,
why does
she
that
said
happen?
y'all.
Yes.
She said y'all. That's in the
Depending
record.
on the location.
I
of
like her
the
now.
call Within the county, we border several counties, depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay, and who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
It definitely, I think the accent does make people seem more trustworthy. I will say
States
that.
Exhibit 11.
It does.
Authentic.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way,
You
smash
recognize
100%.
Exhibit 11?
That's not
Yes,
even a
ma'am, I
question.
do.
Like, come
What
on,
is
guys.
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how
Come
do you know that?
It has my initials
You
and
didn't
date.
have
that
to
I-
ask.
Come
And
on.
this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move States Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm talking about the lawyer, not the witness.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
I
the-
agree with the super chat. Wilhelm would be pleased, but that's a no from me on the witness.
No. She's a bigger girl.
I mean, no judgment. We got Wilhelm. He likes that. I mean, there's something for everybody,
That's
right?
true. That's true. Everyone needs to be loved, you know?
Oh yeah. Another bad audio tape. In this case, this
Here
has
we
been
go.
bad. It's been bad so far, Christina.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds. How can I make a channel?
He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and so give me the address again?
Whoa.
Murdaugh Road, I've been up to it now, it's fast.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
This is on their end, guys.
Wife and your son?
I'm sorry. This is on their end.
Yes, I would.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground, out of my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
In the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where did he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. His brain. Face down, I started to burn a little bit. Got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No,
Okay, do you see anyone in the area?
no, ma'am.
Is he crying?
Are there any guns near them at all?
We're on the call. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's like bobbing his head.
He's like, I don't know what that is.
He's just trying to feign emotion? I don't know.
There's some help on the outside.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
Self-soothing, maybe, yeah.
I'll try to turn on the closed captions.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
Well, I've been gone. I just went back.
I'll add the closed captions, but I don't think there's much for this, guys.
And was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
It's unintelligible, a lot of it.
Yeah. This is like, they boomered this badly.
Okay, so what is her name?
Maggie is home.
Maggie is
I don't believe they couldn't have fixed this audio. I really don't.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them? Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately. Okay, did she say what they were doing at all? No, I talked to her in person. You talked to her in person?
Yeah, they are literally playing a CD off of laptop speakers into a mic.
And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son? Nobody. They're not. They're going over.
Court technology is bad, guys.
What is your telephone number? 942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to move to my house. And did they even look out a plane? Not particularly, really, no ma'am. Okay.
What?
Sorry, guys. I think the connection. Sorry, I think the connection was boomerang. I don't know what was going on.
Boomer today. I love it.
Super boomer. Boomer on boomer. Sorry, guys.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all? My son knows. My son knows. Your son knows who was threatening him? I have another son now. Okay. All right, I'm going back down there.
And Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
The way our recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the call taker or the caller not talking, the recorder automatically cuts off. As soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on and starts recording.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds. Yes, and when I'm out with you, I'm going to tell you, you've got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
I mean, this is necessary, but
It's so bad.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashes on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh? Okay, I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already started trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay, well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Well, of course, you already touched them, right? Once again, they're trying him for murder here. So
Did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make report to this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did? So what's your son's name? Paul?
Ma'am, I want to call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay.
What?
Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me? Okay. Well, we have them come and turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me? Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
okay, so that proves what? Okay, his reaction. They're trying to get his reaction, but is that an unnatural reaction? I mean, maybe Murdaugh's a little bit of a weirdo, but I didn't get anything out of that was super abnormal.
No, I didn't either. And every single person deals with grief differently. Like some people go into shock, other people, you never know. You can't just judge based on that response. No one knows what they would do in that situation, honestly.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible.
So these are a lot of small witnesses. We're just popping them off today. They're getting all these LEOs, all this first responders in. So a lot of police testimony from the prosecution. Once again, it's all been circumstantial so far.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
Work for Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position?
I'm the fire chief.
The fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500
That's pretty
hour
quick.
course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about
It's like an
15
associate's
hours.
degree.
In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
since 1981.
What are would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, and get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatcher told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark.
It's nighttime.
Had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and by the way, Murdaugh is charged with many shady crimes, fraud, wire, all sorts of wire fraud, all sorts of other stuff. Those are going to be much easier to prove, but the burden is high here, and his involvement with shady people, his involvement in shady dealings, could lead me to believe an alternative theory that this was some sort of, gang-related, criminal-related violence.
Right.
And the burden is on the prosecution to prove that's not the case, to prove that actually Murdaugh was the one that pulled the trigger. Because he's not charged with organizing a conspiracy. He's not charged with hiring a hitman. And their theory of the case did not involve a hitman. They went balls deep on Murdaugh pulled the trigger. Alex Murdaugh pulled the trigger himself.
Yeah.
By the way, do people sound like this up where you're at in Virginia, Christina?
No. I'm in the Beltway, though. I mean, it's kind of different than the rest of Virginia.
Yankee land.
24
Yeah.
and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. This does appear to be the accident scene.
These are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, with states exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon place holders.
You're admitted without objection.
So Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so you needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it. And he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I've met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case Exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh. And the down towards the end of the lean-to is, you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am, we got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
Exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, it's like a little utility room at the kennel. He was laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, it's not any way you could sustain his life.
And it's case exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head.
Okay.
Oh, that's
sad. That's horrific.
Life-saving.
Blown
No,
out.
ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
Yeah, that's a blowout, guys.
Yeah, you're not saving her after that.
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss
Yeah,
Maggie.
he is crying, I think.
Side by side.
He just has a weird way of doing it. And I know, like you
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
people grieve differently, right? People react differently, right? I would get in trouble in the principal's office and I'd be laughing while I was punished. Like, that's
Me
just
too.
a weird.
It's
Yeah.
the awkward giggle.
Yeah, yeah. And they say you think it's funny, and I get in more trouble. You know.
Yeah.
Cross-examination.
One moment.
That quick, just real. I want to see where Dick Poon goes on this.
Yeah, he's got some buggy eyes there, man.
Well, both here's the interesting thing is both the prosecution and defense are leaning into the gory aspect.
Yeah, that's so weird and creepy.
Both of them.
Yeah. I know some of us, when we were younger, like to watch gore videos on Live Leak, but not everybody not
Exposing
everyone's
yourself,
like that.
Christina.
No.
So you're the chief of the Coffee County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you.
He's the chief.
Capacity of dealing with Alex Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That is correct.
They're
So you
definitely doing things
recognize
on
him
Southern
immediately,
time here.
Yes.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset.
I think they're trying to hide the picture that they almost showed a body.
Few
They
questions
almost
for
showed a
you.
body live on that
But when
TV
you
screen.
responded, and I'm going to try to
The camera had to zoom.
get the picture, I think.
Well, apparently Dick Poon redeemed himself on the first witness, the one in the morning when Jeff was covering. But this is all right. It's not great though. It's necessary. You got to process through these people. Just get past them. I'm glad they're not dragging it out. Either the prosecution or defense, neither one is dragging it out. I actually like that a lot about both of them.
Yeah.
You recognize this from the night of June 7th.
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
Oh my
That would
God.
be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the
It
police car would
translated
be
it as
north.
headlights.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of, I guess where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive? You drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high intensity lights.
high intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but
Okay.
would the area you were be
To the right,
this side or the other?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed right here,
More to the bottom,
or to the bottom?
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at.
Ooh, hello. Hold on. There's this glasses girl over the shoulder. I'm like, I can't get. She did. Oh, I did a hair move. All right. Okay. I don't know. Face is a little weird, but
It's hard
The
to
secret-
see from here.
the secretary glasses are in the hairstyle, like the long hairstyle like that. I'm like, okay, she's got some initial points.
She's got a Lauren Boebert look to her.
I would
Doesn't-
smash Lowen Borborton 100%. Are you kidding me?
From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
If you back up just a little bit,
back it up.
if you stop it
Stop.
there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please?
Are they allowed to? What the?
So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you stand over that way so these jurors can see.
I think it's supposed to ask the
There's a
judge for
workshop right
permission to do
here.
that. But
Uh-huh.
And there's a row here, a
Uh-huh.
row here, and a row here. This row is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
what are they showing? This is a
I
demonstrable.
have no idea what they're doing here.
We got 3 cameras and one of them
Weird.
can't be focused on this.
Far is
Right? Come on, guys. What's he simulating here?
It looks like he's going down on him.
20 or 30 feet. And
It
you
does.
saw this gravel distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
Okay.
Track, okay.
You're not a tire expert, are you?
So
No.
whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to the attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told them, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There was civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it.
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road.
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track.
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
How do you not know?
Right.
Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
I called Murdaugh Tomei, tire expert. Nice.
Thank you for some indulgence.
Wait, is he taking a, what is he doing? Taking a break here? Taking a piss? Is he done with them, or what's going on? Dick Poon does not use the mic properly. He needs like a
He
lav.
doesn't. Can someone put like a lapel mic on him?
Yeah. He needs a roamer. Like just pin him. I mean, he's the lead attorney for the defense. Just pin him. Also, Marissa Tomei still smash. Yes, agree.
Oh yeah.
100%. She's actually the proof you can hold up if you take care of yourself.
Yes, absolutely.
And then I need to answer.
I saw a movie with her in it recently. It was not it's not a new movie. It was an older movie, and she looked banging in that movie.
Still banging.
She looked fucking hot. I forget what it was called. It Ethan Hawke in it.
58 years old. Still looks good.
It was about like these guys that like robbed their parents' jewelry store or something. If y'all know the name of the movie, drop it in chat. It was very good, and she looks amazing in that video.
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, sir, over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Well, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, they're working through them. Like I said, I'm
Oh, your next witness.
positive about this because there can only be so many witnesses
Jason Chapman.
that are not direct witnesses that are longer type witnesses. There's some experts that'll be really controversial, but a lot of these law enforcement officers, they're quick. They're in and out.
Yeah, I like that.
They're just to admit certain pieces of evidence, certain exhibits, certain facts, certain calls. I think they're knocking those out this afternoon, which is fine.
Back on or halfway?
That's something that Dick Poon and the prosecution both need. By the way, is librarian an attorney? Now I'm not, or maybe she's a staff member. Sorry.
We're calling her librarian now. We've got a name for her.
Yeah. Bobert Window, librarian lawyer, librarian girl. I need help with the Dewey system.
Jason Walker Chapman, last name
Oof.
APME.
Look at this
That beard.
hair. Holy shit. Oh my.
Mr. Chapman, Jason, you stated in
Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. That's the movie. Yes, John. That's the Marissa Tomei movie I'm talking about.
Sure,
Very good.
Born in Walterboro. Lived here
2007.
most of my life. Graduated from Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21. Then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you first got, when you first got into law enforcement, and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In 97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the College County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. I had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam. Went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of 98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the sheriff's office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor.
Does he cut his own hair?
Narcotic supervisor.
I think he does.
Schools for administration. Pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations. That includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, Charleston.
On a case involving the city of Beaufort. And I was sworn in as a
welcome, James,
expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
Now would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity? Were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
What?
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
All right. What did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved?
I was not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And
They took down his
Sheriff Hill
grandfather's
advised me that
picture
if
from the
it was in
courtroom.
fact confirmed to be
No joke. That's not a joke.
Wow.
SLED.
Oh, man.
Interest with the family.
Yeah, there's actually a
And,
nail in the wall. You can still see where it used to be.
That.
Wow.
And a call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the Low Country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigation, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims.
Oof.
I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
Kind of you spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, well, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case.
Certainly. So the very first thing obviously is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
You touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky. I recorded in my notes. The only reason I can go back and tell you
sticky?
exactly, but what I have in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet.
And
An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene. And obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain did set in at however, how long was it until the rain set
It
in?
wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
You mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Magnum's
they act like it
body
doesn't rain
in
regularly.
an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will, well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Were you trained in it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
At arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you consider that life-saving techniques would be possible or would have any results?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
When upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The 2 victims, Mr. Murdaugh and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed. And then from that point, simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know, have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that, I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And,
this attorney needs to stop moving.
Because the scene is still
he's cute though.
About the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where.
At least he's tall,
We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
Apologize. We could see that Maggie.
Good Nancy.
There was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing else left for him.
He was sitting on the murder weapon.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that?
Also, him hiding the gloved hand is kind of interesting.
State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And could you describe what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter tape. And victim Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
I may be dropping the volume here real quick.
To do here.
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before, we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence that supported possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3, there's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
And was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
What?
That water consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood and tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Hey, you want to close that in? Sir? Was that? You want to close it in? Yeah. So the guy, the other guy, whoever Eric is to call him. There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk to him.
I don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay. There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him.
God, the background noise is rough on that body cam video. Sounds like a waterfall.
The freaking audio today is like, it's killing me.
It's rough.
All day.
I lower it a little bit, but guys, I mean, too low and you can't hear it.
It's a great trailblazer. Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle. She has a great trailblazer. It's her job that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail lights of the vehicle. She is also pregnant and useless, will not possible.
Did you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside the door frame. I had looked and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, and step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
It is
in
important.
your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is, again.
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Thank you.
for the dash over there. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be like.
They talk about stealing sheets.
Is this the for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, of Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is off the sidewalk.
Could be from the hoses in the dog kennel.
Smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without, could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
what you're
underneath his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. He had on rubber gloves. It was picked up. He didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me. It was bagged as evidence and placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall from the naked eye seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No, sir.
From your observations, was it wet from either water or blood?
No, sir.
And when it was lifted off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked your pulses.
Bye, everybody.
And Christina, you got to go. Nice having you. Thank you for popping by. Catch you later. Good luck with the documentary.
Thanks.
He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the coroner's office arrived and the crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was at the time the second ever in my career that had a 300 Blackout.
It's
as
not
far
a
as
pirate
being involved in
cannon.
a
I mean, it's
homicide.
a available round.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
You describe what that might mean. What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
He was upset, definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. You know, his facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
Yeah, that's not definitive either way.
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls, more so than the average person, I think, would believe. And it's over the years, we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknowns, those points of investigation you talked about much sooner. So in our investigative process, that's now one of the things that we try to do relatively quickly. In this case, with the scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that. And it took a minute for them to get caught up, as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
And are you listening to that 911 call both for content, but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see, so forth.
So with that awareness of everything that was said on the 911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdaugh replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And which would be expected. Absolutely.
Yes, I'm glad he said that. That's honesty right there.
Did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him yesterday.
That part is credible.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hands?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
That's a good objection.
Response.
physically saw the body, and he can testify to the locations that would be touched.
This has been low on objections, this case.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll lay a foundation. I'll ask a few more questions. Yes, sir.
I wonder if
This is a
they're
very
just trying to
collegial way of
pull
handling
out
this.
Captain Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving
Yeah.
procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating they're check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objections overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
No, I believe the most common, the neck and the wrist, that you see that, you know, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck. I don't know that you'd be able to get under, I mean, he's face down, and I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
Thank you very much for the 10.
If I had attempted, that would have been, yes.
I'm going to ask you another investigative point that you observed. Did Mr. Murdaugh in the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Yes, sir. That actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. I mean, that he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure, that's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking was
So
going
that's what I
on.
was thinking, yeah, I mean, and that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was there present with them and got spooked. And because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is, he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe. And dispatch tries to tell him, we would rather you not. And you know, he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue on to in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm there, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Is that, when we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence.
New poll, by the way.
By his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene?
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
Now and I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review the body-worn camera from both Deputy Green and McDowell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shut. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, you know, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, you know, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know when I was there when I ordered Detective Murdaugh to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit worked and why we were taking it. And he was very cooperative with giving the kit. And we really didn't have an issue there. Later was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there. It's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
Did it leave a good impression or a bad impression?
You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
Sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits were then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks it's, well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, is a gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that kit, I mean, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
That's some bullshit.
Going back to
If they're taking evidence, it's to convict you. It's not to exonerate you. That is some shit.
The observations that you had. Did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage.
Yeah, Poon is going to break this bussy open.
All right, you mentioned before the tire
He's waiting.
tracks
You
that,
can see.
that you observed.
Yes, sir, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would,
Sure.
please. Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them, and I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be two sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
To the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing, probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night. So I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
It's a track, okay? It's a track. You don't have to say impression each time. We get it.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
And I'm going to show you.
Yeah, this is not that conclusive for the prosecution. And as Selena says, this witness seems good for the defense. I think the housekeeper's son is one motive. He can steal the gun into the property. I have doubts. I've got doubts here too. This is not convincing me right now at all.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I have marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
These would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection? Yeah, then without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please do not discuss.
All right, we're on recess, so we can talk about a couple things. First off, let me pull up. Senpai has not forgotten about you guys. Rumble over here. I had it behind. Rumble's hidden, so I couldn't pull it up before. Britt had 2 comments I want to get to. Rumble rants. Every time someone says, I graduated as a distinguished, I just hear Biden talking about his 3 degrees at the top of the class. Yeah, I'm sick of credentialism. I'm sick of people lauding their degree or their marks as being better than you. I trust people who have practical experience. How long have you been doing the thing? If you've been doing the thing for long enough, that's good enough. Fuck your degree. Your degree doesn't mean shit. And then also Britt says, he might be crying. If he is faking it, he did better than Amber Heard did. I will tell you straight up. Between Alex and Amber, Alex is definitely more believable, more credible. Now, he may look bad. He may look like a villain, right, based on his appearance. But that's not enough for guilt. Just because somebody looks guilty or has a certain look, or maybe he's reacting, or his body language isn't something that we would want to see. Maybe it's indicative of that he's hiding something or he knows something. People can read a lot of things out of body language. And frankly, many times I consider body language a junk science because, people can say, oh, look, he's guarding his nuts, or he's putting his hands down. He's guarding his nuts. It means he's protecting himself. This means he's got something to hide. Well, no, he might just feel like putting his hands there, right? There's lots of ways people can try to read that. And if they can convince you and pitch you on a narrative that you already believe, then you're going to say, wow, this body language stuff is great. Can we please call him Lurch? The fingerless gloves. Are you talking about the fingerless gloves lawyer? It is interesting. I don't know the backstory here, why he's keeping that hand in his pocket. Maybe he doesn't want it to be a distraction. Maybe the glove is for a medical condition. I have no clue. Maybe it would be distracting if he's waving around this gloved hand and he's not wearing a glove on the left, but he's wearing a glove on the right. I think it could be a little distracting. So maybe that's what he's trying to do. Maybe. Don't know for sure. The more witnesses, the less and less convinced I am that he did it. Yeah, and so far I'm not convinced by any of this. I'm not buying any of this as conclusive. There's some circumstantial evidence. So far, you've proved to me what? You've proved to me that he was there. Okay, good job. He was there. That's great. You get a cookie. He was present at the scene. He was the one that found them and called it in. That does not mean he's the one that did it. And presumptively, because he's our family members, you've got a strong burden there to prove that someone would have the gall to kill their family member. That's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. Let's see. Okay, no, the court is not back. That was just some earlier footage they're playing. Obviously, guys, I've got the footage set up and on the other side. In the poll. What did they kill the poll? What did it do here? Does this officer cut his own hair? 83% of you said yes. 83%. 20% are liars and don't know what's going on. By the way, guys, if you like this coverage, if you want me to keep covering this, the best thing you can do is smash in the like button, guys. Second best thing is to leave a comment. Tell me what you like, what you don't like, something you want to see more. If you have anybody you want to see as a guest, people I can bring on, let me know. I've got some guests confirmed for next week. I've got guests for Tuesday, probably Wednesday as well, maybe a Thursday, Friday. I'm going to try to have lay people guests, some lawyers, some lay people, so we get a good mix. So it's not just a bunch of lawyers who are thinking like lawyers and aren't thinking like the jury. I think we kind of forget the jury are just regular people and they're not trained in the law. They don't know the law. They're not analyzing the law based on their prior knowledge. They're analyzing it based on what they hear at trial. The cell phone data is the whole case. The prosecutor said in the opening, well, that's going to be a lot. Then they're going to have to go hard on the cell phone data, right? Because the 911 calls, and I think they're playing that right now. Let me see. This is a replay. So that was a replay of the 911 call. But guys, I mean, do you think the 911 call proved anything? I mean, do you see that at all? I don't see that. Like, I'm just gonna give you guys a an interim poll, not just a preliminary verdict. Guilty, not guilty. What do you think, guys? So preliminary verdict, guilty or not guilty, based on what you're seeing so far. Based on what we've seen so far. Opening statements, you can include stuff that were roadmapped in the opening statement. What do you see? It proved he called 911. And it does prove the court is run by boomers who literally are using a compact disc plugged into a laptop, and they're just playing the speakers into a microphone. That's your solution? That's what you got? That's the best you got? Real bad. Real bad. The other best bet, guys, if you guys want to help me out, let me do a little grifting here, because you've always got to grift. The best place to go is legalmindset.locals.com. Join my locals, join the Discord. You're going to get a lot of exclusive streams, stuff I do just for people who follow me on locals. People who are over there, they know about that. legalmindset.locals.com. You get all the previews regarding the Manga project, regarding Adjudicator's Academy. All those sneak peeks exclusives will be over here on locals. In fact, if you check out this thread, I just posted a new character a little bit earlier today that has not been released. It's not on the website. It's not on the Indiegogo. And you guys might find that character very familiar. Might find them very familiar. So I posted the sketch work, the line art for that in a comment to that thread. So go check that out if you're interested in that. Really excited about that project. So let's see. How many times did you check the bodies and not get any blood transfer? I mean, it seems like they checked the bodies a good amount. It seems like they checked the bodies a good amount. And Vince says, your cell phone data sends out location data at least once a minute, if not every 30 seconds. Call Lyft and they see where you are. Yeah, and I guess people have pointed out with cell phone data, it depends what you're on, right? If you're on 5G, then they're getting very accurate data. But here's the thing. His property is so big that I doubt that he's got a 5G tower that's like right on top of him. It's rural and it's big. So the area that's covered by those towers might be very vast. There's a lot of ways to attack that, but that's just one of them that's been brought up to me. But it's interesting that a lot of these cases, same thing with the Idaho case, are going to be built on cell phone tower data. And that's true. So Mark Yarcher, GPS can be pulled from the phone directly. Yes, that is true. And if we are seeing that data, then that's good. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see stuff like cell phone data, GPS, exact location. If he was not seeing his mother, when he said he was seeing his mother, that's something that's adding up, right? Then you're getting real building blocks where you have, okay, he's made a statement and he's now lied about a statement. Why would he lie about the statement? Let's see. Did we look this up? I don't know if I looked it up. 5G data can be a range of 1,500 meters. I mean, yeah, that's good. WD said get Cool Frog on. He just got monetized. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. We also have back in James from court. James, welcome back. Sorry about your connection issue. Hope you're all right now, man.
Yes. Can you hear me? Everything's good?
You're good, man. How are you feeling? I know you were a little bit under the weather, and I appreciate you coming on and kind of sucking it up and coming on despite that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, of course, for extending the invitation. I was feeling under the weather. Excuse me. I drove up from South Florida, where I live, straight to Charleston, and I ended up taking a late start. So I got in at like 3 in the morning the night before the first day of the trial, barely slept, and then it just spiraled from there. So I figured that the jury selection would take a lot longer than it did. So I kind of was blocked off the rest of the week to just relax, and then I figured I would go back next week. So that's going to be my plan.
Yeah. Yeah. And now I get that. I mean, jury selection could have taken much longer. I think they really rushed through it. I think they really like pushed getting a pool as soon as possible. It also seems like based on the speed of these lawyers that they're actually going pretty quick.
Yeah.
When I talk about like Amber Heard or any of the other cases that we covered that you've seen, you know, you've been in court for some of these other cases, it feels like they were plotting. It feels like they were slow. I mean, here they're just burning through witnesses.
That's definitely what it feels like. I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's because this jury, maybe they realize it's kind of going to come down to a few key witnesses, and then whether or not people like Alex Murdaugh or not. I don't know why they would be going so quick, especially the state at one point, which was just going through the questions like rapid fire. I almost felt like they didn't pause and give any kind of break for the jury to listen to what was being said, you know? What do you think? Why do you think they're going through like this?
I don't know, because the one thing they could have done, I don't know whether this is a preliminary motion, but they could have given them each time limits so they have certain allocation of time and they can spend it in one place or another. And they can choose to spend it on certain witnesses or certain things or the closing or wherever else. So I don't know how the time allocation is done in South Carolina. I know in Virginia, obviously, famously, there was the time limits for each side in the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case, right? So that was something that came up there, and you know, we were all talking, okay, you know, Team Amber is pushing the clock. You know, there really were with some of the witnesses because they were really draining their time, and it seemed like they were getting like unofficial extensions at the end, right? They like weren't counting the time the same. And by the way, speaking of time, I think we have 1 minute before at least the feed starts again. Maybe not court precisely, but I wanted to ask you, James, you were there for jury selection, at least the first day or two of jury selection.
Yes. Yep.
So can you give us, with what you can say, right, which is, you know, and just to be clear for everybody, James cannot say what an individual juror looks like, give any identifying information, but as a generalism, are there any generalisms you could say about the jury pool, maybe in general?
Yes. The jury pool in general, a lot of them, I mean, before they were weeded out, are you talking about after, like the 18 now, or the entire selection process?
You could do either, but let's go with the 18 just for speed.
Yeah. The 18 now, so I think what did they say? The 12 was 10 white people and 2 black, which I thought was interesting because it's not representative of the town. The town's black population is actually around like 35 to 40%. So the demographic is a little skewed that way. I need to check on who is on the current jury. Once I can find out their jury numbers, I'll know exactly who they are and then kind of more about them. And I obviously can't give any information away, as you said, but I can answer, or I can say, okay, this is the way that they answered these kinds of questions. You know what I mean? When they were asked, you know, what they did and what their spouse, you know, occupation was this person, or this person stood up when they wanted an exemption because of this thing, and it was ruled that they couldn't have an exemption. You know what I mean? So I can say all that.
Yeah.
I do have to find the numbers of them specifically. But as far as
let me ask you a general question there, because actually you just brought up a good one, and I think let's just get it because you brought it up. Are there any sitting jurors that asked for an exemption and didn't get it, and they're on the jury now?
I don't know. I have to look at the numbers.
Okay.
I have to find out which numbers are on the jury right now. And that was from yesterday. So it's just a lot of work of basically like cross-examining and crossing off all the different people on who made it and who didn't. And then because they didn't say at the end, right? The 12, they didn't say like, okay, stand up and list your jury name. It was kind of just an elimination, right? Okay.
Yes,
So if anyone, I don't know if anyone in the chat has the numbers, but I can try to put that together today, and hopefully the next time we talk, we can go through exactly who they are, because that is a good question, and I would love to know.
Yeah, I would love to know that too, because that also might be another thing with, frankly, the demographics. If people want to talk about that, certain people, particularly if you're working class, you can't take time off from court. You can't skip stuff like that. You have to show up to work. So a lot of times, the people that have time tend to be maybe retirees, the housewife, whatever else, maybe a wealthier person, or middle class, homemaker. Might have a lot more time, no excuses, than somebody that might have a good reason or be able to manufacture a good reason.
Yeah, once you see, I'm sorry. Oh, are we going back on feed?
Go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. No,
No,
we're not going back on feed. I was just watching it.
I was just gonna say, once I didn't realize all the different exemptions and reasons that you could get out of a jury pool, but once seeing that, I mean, it does leave a narrow picture because you don't have really anyone with kids. Anyone that has a kid, small family is allowed to leave. Anyone that's the breadwinner of their family was allowed to leave, or owned a small business or had a big role in a small business, and then anyone over 65. So you look at that as just as you said, that's kind of wealthy, middle-aged people with adult children or teenage children who can afford to do this. Working class people really can't afford to take off, 6 weeks.
And it's a statistical truth that, hey, in this area, if you are white, you are probably more likely to be that person that fits in that jury pool criteria without an exemption than if you're black. That's just a reality. And looking out, and on my channel, I just talk about facts. Some people get butthurt about it, but that's just what it is in terms of demographics.
Yeah.
Like some areas, the working class is X, the others Y. And, in fact, even in Miami, right? People might say, oh, Hispanic people are discriminated against. I would say in Miami, some of the wealthiest folks there are going to be the Hispanic folks.
Definitely.
So it's going to look differently. I mean, you're in the Broward area, so obviously the demographics are different there too, with jury pools that are pulled out of Broward. But were there any things that you picked up on that first day, whether it was from the defense counsel, prosecution, anything you got from sitting in the court because you were there, like you saw Alex Murdaugh? Maybe let's start with that. What was your take seeing Alex Murdaugh in person?
Well, yes, and I will say it's interesting to see him change over the past few days. I know he was crying a lot in court today. He was not like that the first day. The first day, he was very attentive. He looked at each jury member. He was laughing at times, smiling to his counsel, things like that. The second day, he was more attentive to the notes and he had his back to the jury, and he was very focused on his papers and helping the attorneys and whispering to them. The third day, that was when he fist bumped his sister. That was yesterday, right? He fist bumped his sister. He had Tic Tacs. And then today he's crying.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
What was up with the Tic Tacs? Why were people making that like a huge controversy over the Tic Tacs?
I think because some people had said that it was basically not improper, but something that wouldn't have been allowed had he not been someone with political influence. I think Emily D. Baker, was talking about it, and she was like just laughing about how like that would not be allowed in her court and things like that. And I think, well, I want to say for Johnny Depp it might be similar, but of course it was different because it wasn't criminal. So Alex Murdaugh isn't a criminal thing, and he should what.
And I'm going to say one thing, James, and this is not a slight at Emily D. Baker. I'm going to say this as a person from Miami and as a person who's lived in Miami. I also lived in, Western North Carolina, Waynesville, out there past Asheville, very small town. I've been in the sticks, and things work differently in the South, particularly in rural areas. There can be more relaxed about certain rules. They're just not dicks about it, right? In certain of these metro areas, Miami, LA, where Emily D. Baker is, they're kind of assholes. Right. And a lot of their rules are a pain in the ass. And that's just the way it is. Just how things operate in those courtrooms.
Yeah, that's like Virginia too in DC.
Yeah, they're like, the rural courtroom, everybody knows each other, it's a small community. Stuff like a Tic Tac, it's not going to disrupt unless you're really obnoxious about it. That's not normally going to disrupt the trial. If you're crunching on something like you're eating a granola bar, or you've got some popcorn or something, yes, that could be an issue. But the guy wants some fresh breath. Let him have a Tic Tac. I don't think that's inappropriate at all.
I agree, and we've seen this as a very kind of relaxed court.
Oh yeah. Do you know why this courtroom is not full, James? Is it because I think there's overflow rooms, right? So are people getting sent to overflow rooms?
Say that again.
So I'll mute this for a second. So this courtroom is not full. So there are about 4 empty rows. What's going on with that? Is it because nobody wants to get in, or because they're sending them to overflows?
I don't know why they would be sending them to overflow. I mean, are they allowed to do that and say you can't sit in the courtroom?
I mean, if they had a good reason for it, but I don't know why they wouldn't just use the courtroom space first, right?
So sorry, continue.
No, I was going to say, if it's full, then they have a good reason, right? Because you can't be sitting in the aisles. You can't be, creating a fire safety hazard. That's a good reason. But otherwise.
Yeah, my guess is that it just isn't that full. I mean, there wasn't that many people when I went the first few days, like spectators. You had a few the first day, but because it was jury selection, they didn't allow any general admittance. So, I mean, there were maybe like 5 or 6 people that would have waited, but I think those might be some of the people that are in the back or now in the front rows. There's only a few media and journalists there. They'll probably come back for the end of the trial, So I just don't think it's that busy, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I see it. I see that.
But there is an overflow room where there's all the production and they do like the laptops and everything. So that's probably where a lot of the producers sit.
Okay, so there's a room for like the tech people, and I guess are there 3 separate cameras? Is that how this is working right now?
I saw 2 in the room, but there's obviously more because there's 3 here. So I think there might just be 3. I'm not sure how many there are, but that's a good question. I should ask the people when I go back how many there are.
Yeah. What did you take about the defense and prosecution counsel? I mean, currently, right now, people are foaming at the mouth over the librarian, attorney, or clerk, or whatever on the I think it's the prosecution side here. But what did you think about the defense and prosecution teams?
Interesting. Yeah, I thought the state has a bunch of people. I thought it was interesting that the defense kept mentioning that to the jury pool. Okay, we're a much smaller team. It's only the 4 of us. He kept saying that. I don't know if that's supposed to be like, oh, well, the state needs all these lawyers. I think it's also, to me, it's just odd that you have a serving state senator it's not out of session, who is currently in session, also trying a case against the state, which is, they're Democrats, the defense are Democrats, Murdaugh and the state senator, his defense counsel, and then the attorney general and the governor are Republicans. And I just think it's just weird to have a sitting senator, state senator, be trying the state, which is his opposite party. I don't know. I mean, people have said, okay, that's normal because they have part-time jobs and things like that, which I guess
which they're allowed to do, and a lot of politicians are also lawyers, right? Because you have to know how to be a shyster and lie, right? So
of course,
that's part of it. But I think that if he's not doing something that's at direct conflict, he should be allowed to do it. I mean, and I say that selfishly as a lawyer, right? I don't want to have to say, because I'm a lawyer, I can't do X, Y, Z, right? Like, I'm limited from the jobs I can take. Like, I can't be a politician or whatever, an administrator or anything, because I'm also a lawyer. You don't want to have to give up your day job or your other job or your side hustle. I don't know which one's his main hustle, whether that's he considered being a lawyer or being a senator as his main hustle, but they're both hustles indeed. But what did you take about? I mean, I want to ask you specifically about Dick Poon. Did you think like he was good, credible? Like, what was your take on him? Just seeing Dick in person.
I think it was you who tweeted the Muppet thing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
yes.
I immediately I don't know the two guys from the opera box. but that's
Statler and
all I
Waldorf.
see.
Statler and Waldorf
Yeah,
are the two
that
guys.
is
from-
literally all I see is the guy on the left.
Yep.
And it's hard. I mean, I don't know. I think in South Carolina, it's different because they're all old school Southern lawyers, politicians, good old boys club thing. And I feel like that comes across. I just feel like he, to me, comes across as a politician type, he's kind of like say anything. Again, I don't know. And the people here know him better than I do, of course. But it was telling to me when he said to the jury, I'm going to say a lot of things that are going to make you hate me, but don't put that as a reflection on my client. Hate me, don't hate my client. And
You like that
I'm
statement. Sorry. So
You
when
do?
he said, no, I'm asking you, James, when
What?
he, sorry, I'll say it one more time. I know your audio is breaking up. When he said, are you good? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. When he said, don't blame my client, blame me. Did you like that? You thought that was good?
I thought it was a good line, but the way he said it at first was like, I'm going to say things that are going to make you hate me or dislike me. And I just thought, okay, well, I don't know if I want to be off put by the defense attorney. You know what I mean? And I get what you're saying. And I think it is a good line to remind the jurors, like, I'm going to be cutthroat. I'm going to be a shark. There's going to be times where I'm going to be like, where it's like I'm seen like I'm not harassing, but you know what I mean? But I just feel like the Johnny Depp trial was very different. Like Camille and Ben were very sometimes good at interjecting and objections and things like that. But they never had to say there's times where you're going to hate me because you never did hate them, even though they were sharks, you didn't feel like they were off-putting. We'll see if he is actually off-putting. I just thought that was an odd thing to say, but
yeah, very off-putting. Yeah, I think that the defense has taken some bold tactics. Now, mind you, people got mad because I said, hey, I think the prosecution had a better opening than the defense. People got really mad about that. But the fact of the matter is that you can say, hey, technically they had a better opening, but at the same time, the prosecution still has a burden of proof. And so far with, all these officer friendlies we've had up with the 911 calls, with the body cam footage, it's all been evidence that has been circumstantial. All of it. All of it. None of it has been actually conclusive so far. So let me, I guess we can put this up here. But before I drop this back in and pump up the audio, what do you think about this witness so far? Has anything he said been convincing for you for the prosecution?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to pay attention to him. He's just not very uplifting. But I mean, yeah, he's a cop, although at the same time, in South Carolina, being a cop sometimes has its baggage, and we know that the police are kind of in the bag with Murdaugh, so it's hard for me to say. I'm trying to see, is he trying to defend Murdaugh? Is he against Murdaugh? Like, I don't know if I actually really trust him. I want to trust him, but it's hard for me knowing the corruption that goes on in this town and this family, to be honest.
Yeah, got it. All right, guys, let's kick it on here. We're just back on with Officer Friendly. They kind of snuck the start there. Kind of like DTA, don't trust anybody. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm not sure whether the jury is back or not. I think they were just bantering.
How can you trust that haircut?
Well, because here's the thing. I didn't see anybody stand for the jury. Like, there's no all rise for the jury.
When we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass,
I guess
that you were trying to identify the location of those
I guess they're back.
As part of your investigation in conjunction with Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir, that's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believe that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had been turned
It
on?
was not.
Pausing here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified, is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background
Yes,
on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, the area of the feed room here. This would be the area of the feed room here.
And while you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. Here.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip-flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door, in the image, do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct. In between that mower and the wall.
If you would describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appear to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you notice the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the
And those are the shoe impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that were on Miss Maggie at the time. I believe they're crime scene or autopsy photos from afterwards.
Just getting in evidence. All he's doing is getting in evidence here. Yeah, haven't proven whose footprints they are, Jack. So there's no proof yet as to what these things are. I think they're just establishing a baseline. Yeah, this is boring, guys. There's no doubt about it. This part is boring as shit. They were actually doing a good job of like moving along. This guy's dragging ass. I'm not sure if it's like this guy, this particular attorney, or what's going on.
It seems to be like the MO with this whole thing.
Which part, James?
You said he's dragging on?
Yeah, he's dragging. Like this particular lawyer is going really slow.
Rear view of the car operated by Mr. Murdaugh that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
I mean, this is his 15 seconds of fame, so it's possible he's trying to, gather it, but
right. I don't know.
Go ahead, James.
He had a really bad rash the first 2 days all over his face. So I don't know if he's nervous or what.
Maybe that's the thing on his hand, that he's still got something on his hand. That's why he's hiding it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he might have. I don't want to say that. He might have a skin condition. I don't want to be rude, but
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to make fun of his skin condition. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, same. No, I just didn't want to say. I don't know if it's a rash,
Dirt
but it's
road
something.
between the hangar and the dog kennels.
Okay, that would be State's Exhibit 192.
But let me just say, as a small town
This is State's
prosecutor,
Exhibit
this is probably the biggest
191.
case you're going to have of your life.
And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the
Reverse vitiligo.
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
Closest to the feed room.
Okay.
It gets hot and sticky. Rashes happen. Hot and sticky.
Oh, stop, James. Stop.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the,
Is that another close-up of the water?
that's
On the
close
scene?
up of the water just outside the feed room.
Did you touch the grass?
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hanger to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
I hope
You
we
say
get a
there and back,
cross
does that
today.
mean the footprints to you indicated they had walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hanger all the way underneath the lean-to the other side of the hanger, or turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194.
By the way, you
Describe
guys
the
are still
types of
split.
treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know that the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made the decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hanger structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically the items in the middle with the flat tread, would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
I'm going to move to publish what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet. I've advised counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of her body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hanger?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's
Wrap
been
it up.
marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 197. And this is a similar photograph with just a slightly different angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence as State Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it, but tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. Let me turn the lights on. Out of your way. Did you at one point have a be on the lookout or a bolo placed on any in particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture we showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there. And he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning. And I'd have to look back at notes to tell you exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45 the next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdaugh's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Beg the court's indulgence. Is that what he just said?
Yeah,
I really think they're trying to run the clock today, so Cross has to pick up the next day, which is kind of
further questions from the state. Thank you, Captain Chapman.
Sir.
Okay, maybe not. All right. I think Poon's going to rip this guy apart, but that's my thought. Also, people simping for the blonde at the defense table. Don't know who she is. I don't think she's a lawyer. I think she's staff.
She is. She's part of the other guy's firm.
Oh, she is. Okay. She's not part of
My
Poon's
name's
firm.
Dick Harpootlian. I don't think we've met before.
No, sir.
No, the other one.
I represent Alex Murdaugh. And let me ask you a couple questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order. But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh had taken the pulse tried to take the pulse of his dead son on his neck, or his wrists were under him, did he indicate to you he tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir. He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all. Secondly, if he did get blood on his
I found her.
hands,
I found
were
her.
you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood on
correct.
himself, right?
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son?
I am not. No, sir.
Okay. So, and I think you indicated that his his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was one who was, of someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk, just a moment ago, you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks on the grass, in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor, yes, sir.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killers or killer of his wife and child?
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Sure, it absolutely could be. It was just a noted change in demeanor.
His interest.
Exactly.
perked up. Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks, and perhaps you had discovered a different car or a different tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As I mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED's crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather. The images, I believe we discussed earlier, were the only ones captured by body cam.
Right.
And
it's the body cam is not.
Our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED's team was on the scene.
Okay, and now there was two other sets of tracks, one of them coming out of the shed. I believe your notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the caretaker that took care of the dogs or somebody else?
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar,
Right.
lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believed that later, I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay.
The dog
Now,
sitter.
We heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know, could we put the, from wait a minute.
Poon's tempo here is a little thrown off. I expected him to come out swinging. He's a little slow on this, a little booming. And a little booming is charming, but eventually it becomes frustrating.
Overview of the house and chem.
What now?
Overview of the house and chem.
I think I like this second. Well, no, go ahead and give me the first one. It may be in there.
Did you see the state guy? He just stood up. He's getting so impatient, walked over, looked at what they were doing, and then walked back down.
So,
Yeah, he's a really twitchy little dude.
were you informed
Yeah.
that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Green
Yes, sir.
indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Until I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen, and he was testified, he saw distinct tire tracks on that road. He thought it had some evidentiary value. He's not a police officer. Had you been made aware of them, would you have taken photographs, or I guess they don't use plaster casts anymore.
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approach, and whether I would have.
Okay, so go ahead and let that run for a minute. I may want to stop it and deal with another issue. Okay, stop it right there. Okay, yeah, right there's good. Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
These are that's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around in here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure,
Right.
yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of Alex's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware that he discovered the bodies, called 911, drove back up to the house, and then came back down?
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes.
he went and got a shotgun, came back.
Yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement.
I think
I was made aware of that, yes, sir, that Sergeant Green took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt ding.
that was a tricky question by
driving
Poons.
away, you know?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Right. So this is where he came back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding that is the way the vehicle was when he returned and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned. We first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house.
Right.
But close, but not exact. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking at the image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
I would say at least.
At least. Now, if you were at the house, looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house.
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the dog pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least, what'd you call it?
The kennels,
No, the vine.
grapevines.
Grapevine,
Yes, sir.
10 feet tall.
Like the expression,
So you
through the
could not
grapevine?
See from the house, the dog kennel, because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night,
at night.
right? And this is not a well-lit area down there, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit, no, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay. So go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was on the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Rutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident, when
Right.
we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this? But that, could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by the Assistant Attorney General, they did not come to the back of that vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that, yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that vehicle.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But
So that's
Paul
exonerating
earlier could have
evidence.
driven that down there.
He could, it's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Back that up just a little bit, please. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up.
Dick really likes to back it up.
Stop. So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right
Could you
side of
come
that.
down here and point it out for me?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. This section, you can actually see the agent's feet there, where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks? Any other tire tracks? Go ahead and take it.
Thank you, sir.
That y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep going. Stop. So, and this road here goes out to Moselle Highway, right?
If you were to take the right T there
Yep.
by the silver trucks,
Yep.
if you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay. And if the fire chief had indicated there were tire impressions back here in the dirt, you would have taken pictures or gotten plastic cast or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best to secure it, but I was not made aware of any of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, I'm done with this one. Can you put the other one up, please? That's the main house, the white building there.
Yes, sir. The Murdaugh residence.
Keep going.
This is very painful evidence to get through. I mean, we're going video click by click.
At that road.
It's boring. This is the boring part, guys.
If you kept going straight, you'd hit the Moselle Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you come in that entrance.
That is
If
correct.
you're going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area.
This guy has
you
had
take
some
the entrance
interesting looks, by the way. If you want to watch this guy,
the, post office box.
he has had some interesting looks.
And so that's actually all I need out of it. Thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions. If I could see. The photos of the footwear, I think the flip-flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you describe that as
I don't know what's going on with this camera and this lighting issue.
Is that correct?
I did describe it as pacing, I believe.
Is that accurate?
It looks like there's a nuclear
Simply
test.
because it goes down, turns around, and comes back. It doesn't appear to veer off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular, and anywhere in particular. It goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all the way back.
Okay, and the pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have those? The pictures that were put into evidence a moment ago. Can I use the Elmo, please?
Yeah, I think it's the camera. The camera keeps having to adjust. Right? See, there you go.
Right. Okay. I can't see this. Huh. Where's it?
Oh no.
Is that more?
Can't find his notes.
Let me see.
Needs a
Yeah.
bigger font. By the way, I think what'll happen is I think they're going to wrap up this this witness and end. I think that's probably where they're going on this.
This is 195. See, are there other pictures in there? Yeah, no, this one. So as we see in this picture, there you go. Yeah, that's good. We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops.
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes. So they're like right here and here and here, and in some instances, these look like, actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of them. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
Well, were you wearing, that's fine, like, I mean, is this y'all? Would you have walked over there? Or
And
here?
yes, it's 7
Presumably
a.m.
so,
here.
because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember exactly what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself, but
So let me put this one up. Like this, okay. Again, you can see the pattern of flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
no, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, there was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all across underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those are not, I'm sorry.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the impressions, not us.
Trying to get two issues. First issue,
Sure.
were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth ones.
So those, I'm not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those pattern prints came after you saw them the night before?
Correct. The
Okay.
only impressions were the flat, smooth.
Okay. And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning. At some point in time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. And I don't know whose prints those are. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, correct?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutland's,
But
but
not
they're
the
not
ones-
going to cross over
Right,
any
they're
of
not,
them.
the
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crossed over one of theirs, it's not mine.
This is literally proving
Who
nothing.
took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was
Either
taken,
way, by the
I
way.
think the next day.
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So it was either taken upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself or my detective that did that.
I'm just saying, you.
If they were doing so while processing or while collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure that you would have to probably ask the person that stepped on them and took the photographs.
If one of your detectives had done this, you would not be happy.
I wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
Well, these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think, SLED, or Solicitor Duffy Stone took some pictures the next day.
Sure.
One of some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
No, again, like I said, they weren't like that when we were there, sir.
Saying this is not what you want, but it is what it is.
Let me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. This water.
Yes.
These pictures taken of the water. Do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taking that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here, water seems to be coming from the pen, right? From the dog pen?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water and this is 189 that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
Yeah, the water that I saw that night And it was captured very well on Sergeant Green's body-worn camera. Came out of the first two kennels,
Right.
traveled down a short distance, and then over to where, at the time, Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennels, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. There was, and I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Now, let me, so, this is an item under seal. 196. Pull that up. Keep going. Okay, stop. No, this word, take it back down. Okay, a little bit more, take it back down a little bit more. Okay, stop. This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg, right here, did you that night look at that dirt?
I did.
Y'all really hate
Did
Dasani.
you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the
As if
back
they
of her
put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. Do you know what analysis, if any, was done by SLED or any other law enforcement agency to determine if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoe? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Thank you. You can turn the lights on, and I'll turn, how do I turn this on?
Here we go.
Okay.
More Orange Man. Get ready for the orange poon.
So let me ask you, I got just a couple more questions, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, I gotta go.
All right. See you, James. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
I'll come on next week after I go to trial.
Yeah. I definitely look forward to seeing you once you've been in trial and once you get that in-person perspective, because that's totally different. Take care. Thanks for hanging, brother. I hope you feel better. Catch you next week, brother.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye, everyone.
You too. Bye. See you, James. Guys, make sure you're following James from Court on Twitter.
Okay, so when you left that night for that early the next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspect?
Had I come, no, sir.
Okay, are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we immediately notify the public. Are you aware of that?
The Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued that.
Carlton County Sheriff's Department, yes.
I'm unaware. No, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you from the Post and Courier.
Non-objection, I haven't seen this. I'm not familiar with anything council's referencing.
Now let's stand for a moment.
Up. little stretch break, get in there, you know, work that. This is getting boring as hell. I was hoping they're gonna wrap this, but I think they're just letting them do a little stretch here because they know it's getting late. Shit, I'm gonna need a little stretch after this. Let me answer this question. Okay, 2 super chats. Thank you for the 20 Leprechaun Gold. Appreciate you. Sue Miller says, is the court empty because everyone expected jury selection to last longer? Wasn't the town expecting a media tourism boom? What's your take? I think we mentioned this a little bit before. I'm actually surprised it's not full. Maybe it's because this is something that the media is covering sufficiently so people feel like they don't need to be there in person, right? There's not the celebrity effect of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial or somebody that people really want to see in person. Maybe they feel like they can see Murdaugh via TV and that's sufficient. But this is moving. I thought it was moving quicker, but now this is really slowed down.
Media article.
Poon is going very slow here.
Whether he was familiar with the statement made, he said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record. And not
I haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence the Post Courier story of June 8th, the next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
In case he's not familiar with it.
So, was there a danger to the public the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun, AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from us.
Okay, if that statement had run, if it did, in the Post Courier on the 8th, would the sheriff's department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? There'd be a subsequent story that I haven't seen.
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I could tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that proved one thing or the other.
So when you left that morning, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect in killing his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I wasn't the primary investigator.
Good answer. Good answer.
That would have been SLED.
So you gave the whole case went to SLED.
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body at that
And you
time.
were never consulted after that by SLED.
I was not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted. I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants. But it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders, did your department obtain a search warrant?
We did, sir.
For all of the property, the house, all of it?
It was obtained for the entire 1,700 acre property.
Including the house?
Including the house.
And was that executed?
That's an expansive search
It was
warrant.
executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary
Yeah.
scene.
SLED officers
to
are
the
definitely up next.
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime scene, which is standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to show it. SLED crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them. And we stayed, myself and several of my detectives. Several were sent home so they could come in the next morning. And we stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night? When was the search warrant executed that night?
After that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I did come back later that day and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon. I have never been to the main house.
Never been in it.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Did someone from your department go in the main house?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. Let's put that. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave the search warrant to SWED, to crime scene people.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct? That search
It
warrant?
gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700 acres.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure on
Any
that,
structure.
any
They could have
structure.
gone in
on
the
it.
residence. They could have taken all his clothes to check if they wanted, right?
They could have. I don't know that they didn't.
Well, we're going to talk about that later on. They could have, you're familiar with trace evidence, many cases where they check showers or sinks to see if there's trace evidence of blood, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you know whether they did that or not?
I do not. Again,
Do you know that you can, with the appropriate technology, use, look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still, in a washed piece of clothing, detect blood or detect tissue, even after it's been washed. You aware of that?
am I aware of that? Yes, I am.
Do you know whether SWED did that?
I do not. Again,
But they could have that night done all of those things under that search warrant.
presumably so. And I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr.
Right, but
Harper.
they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out.
Sure.
But under the search warrant, your department obtained, you had the authority to go in the house, any of the buildings, anywhere on that property, and look for guns, evidence of any sort of crime, evidence of, again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They had the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stay within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have the search warrant, and Detective Rutland is the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the
We'll
scope.
hear from Detective Rutland tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
and I'll ask her these questions.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Any redirect?
Oh no, Mr. Shaky. Like, what's a good nickname for this guy? Like Twitch, Lurch. Do we have a nickname for this particular attorney? We got to give him a nickname because reverse MJ. That's funny. And anytime, my pleasure, Deanna. I'm happy to cover this. Happy to stay with you guys, hang with you guys. I have not slept much, but I'm
Footsteps that you
hanging in
noticed, I
here.
know we've been through quite a bit of it, but counsel raised this issue. The path you followed, were they consistent with someone who, with the person who started back beyond this area? And then where did they go from there? I'm asking where they went. Where did they originate? Where did they go to? And where did they end?
Objection sustained as to the form of the question.
Thank you. If you could, please explain to us where in your estimation, having traced the tracks, where they originated from, where they ultimately went to, and where they ended up.
The shoe impressions crossed completely from one side all the way to the other, with the building to the right, going down, coming back the opposite direction. The only reason I can say that we're fairly certain that it started from the grass side and went through, turned around and came back is because we never saw any impressions similar to that running beyond the airport hangar on the back side.
Yeah.
and the location where, in reference to where these footprints ended ultimately and where Maggie's body is located? How did that line up? Describe that how they lined up.
If you take a step back from there, to the right of that image would have been, on the opposite side of the hangar door, would have been Maggie's body.
Referencing State's Exhibit 190. Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
Objection, Your Honor.
That was leading.
The objection is sustained.
That was definitely
Did you
leading.
observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
Calling for speculation.
Right.
He is calling for
That's a good one.
speculation
Speculation
as
is
to
good as well.
what discoloration in the water, if there is any, is caused by.
I'll lay more of a foundation, Your Honor. Captain Chapman, were you familiar with the scene as this picture depicts?
Yes,
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
I did.
Are you familiar with the discoloration, and did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on two different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
Objection. He's not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning, I'd ask the jury be excused.
Boone is riled up.
Objection is overruled. Let's pose the question.
in your experience and observation, having observed the scene and all the matter that was there,
Getting spicy
were
at the
those
end.
lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
Yes, that was good.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Expressing my gratitude is improper. I appreciate that.
Thank
All
you, Your
right.
Honor. And I'll have just one last question and I understand the court's ruling. Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight lines?
Yes.
He's standing up. This is really untraditional for him to be standing up.
Strike his questions about blood from the record and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any question when I sustain the objection. They were previously instructed on that.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes. Yes.
He was like, do I need to do anything else?
Further
Right now?
No, Your Honor.
cross-examination. Thanks, sir. You may step down. If you'll turn the
All
lights
right.
up, please.
I think we're done for today, guys. We got a spicy Dick Poon at the end there. A little bit of spice. I like
Ladies and
that.
gentlemen, we've come to the end of this day. Thank you all very much. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please remember you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it in your presence, nor are you to engage in any or be exposed to any other information other than what you have received in the courtroom and
Yes.
will receive in the courtroom. Have a good evening.
Do not talk about it except for with hundreds of your buddies online on Legal Mindset. Good to see you guys hanging with me. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. That was honestly, I thought we were going to be burning through witnesses left and right. We were going so fast. All of a sudden, it just, we get the last attorney. I don't think we still have a good name for him, whether that's, Mr. Shakes or whatever it was, whatever it is, until we get the last witness where it just dragged and dragged and dragged. And I don't think anything came out of that in terms of proving guilt or not guilt. By the way, 235 votes in the poll, guilty versus not guilty. Right now, not guilty has 54, guilty has 46. So it's pretty close. Honestly, it's pretty close. People keeping an open mind about this one as to whether or not they're guilty or not guilty. Guys, make sure you smash the like button on this. Make sure whether you're on Rumble, Locals, wherever, that you like this video. Really helps out a lot. So very interesting there. I like Poon's style of when he's uppity, when like he's really pissed off, he stands up, he gets up. It's very interesting. I had one super chat here come in. Neon asked an off-topic question, which says, "Here's a question to break the monotony. Andrew, do you know why Future Conflict has not streamed all week? Haven't heard anything from them Monday, Wednesday. Don't know. Might just be a break, a pause. I also know Scott moved. He's now in a different country, so I know he's adjusting to his schedule. I know that might be tough for him, so I'll reach out to them and let them know. But they're good friends. You know, all those guys are good friends. They've been on my channel supporting me. I know my good friend Canon Hotep was on Tim Pool and Hotep Jesus. Those guys have hung out on my channel before. Love both those guys. So much love to those guys. So let's see. And we know that SLED will be coming tomorrow. The SLED officers are going to come tomorrow. They're going to have more information. The thing is, that one's going to drag because Poon is going to go through every piece of evidence and try to dismantle it, try to say it was corrupted, go through the procedures. So that's what we're going to be hitting tomorrow. I guarantee how they messed up the crime scene. Yeah. So Scott is on Mallorca vacation. Okay, thank you. That explains things. So if Scott's on Mallorca vacation, then they're probably taking a little bit of break. You know, sometimes we take breaks. I was in Singapore a couple days. You know, I wasn't streaming when I'm there. When I'm on vacation, I'm typically on vacation. Sometimes I go on vacation. I don't stream. I try to have some pre-recorded videos or some clips coming out. But you know, I enjoy my vacation. But this is not my vacation. The next 3 weeks, I'm strapped in and strapped on. Not in that order. We're here. We're here for this ride, and I'm actually kind of engaged as to whether they can prove it so far. Because if this is the best they got, if day one is supposed to be the strongest evidence, this is not that great. Now, maybe they didn't structure it that way. Maybe their strongest evidence is later. Maybe they've got experts. Maybe they've got people that are coming and testify about the stippling or whatever else. I don't know. Maybe they've got that testimony coming. Maybe they just didn't put the strongest evidence at the front. I certainly hope so, because nothing I've seen so far in this case has been conclusive. My mind is still open as to whether he could be guilty or innocent. It hasn't been proven completely either way. Although, because the burden is on the prosecution, right now that leans towards not guilty. That's my take. My hot take there. Guys, we're going to have a lot of other guests on my channel. I'm going to have at least 2-3 people on that have confirmed for next week. I'll try to get Jeff to stay as long as Jeff can stay on. I'm going to come on a little bit earlier, hang out with him as well. You know, a little bit tit for tat, a little bit of quid pro quo. So we'll be doing that next week and tomorrow. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, Friday. I'll be streaming here. I'm going to go crash and get some sleep. I've got some stuff to take care of today. But guys, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Smash that like button, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, guys.